Stream is starting. The Captain Coder at the helm. Bean water is ready. Today we will learn a lot. He loves the questions, he loves to sing. Join our Discord and follow him.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. Captain Coder here on this beautiful Sunday morning for me. Forgot to turn the light on. Captain, half his face is dark. Hang on, let me see if I can light. Boom, there it is. Light me up. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's so wonderful to see all you beautiful people on this beautiful morning, on this beautiful day, on this beautiful week, on this beautiful month, in this beautiful year. Thank you for the hat, Cal Orb. Let me get a hat. I don't have my hat box sit ready. I'm all discombobulated, discombobulated today. Let's get a hat added to this stack. Hang on. Let's see. Can we do it? I've never actually done this successfully. I try not every stream, but many streams I've tried this. I've never done it successfully. Will today be the day? Let's find out. Oh, not today. Look, first try. We did it. We did it, folks. We did it. I did it. You saw it here first. Someone clip, but I did it. Thank you guys so much for being here. Keller, thank you so much for the hat. Code Monk, thank you for letting me know that my music wasn't working. I didn't do an audio check this morning. I was like, it's probably fine. I don't know why I did. I usually do a little audio check. And it's so funny. I'm sure that it's other times it hasn't worked. Whenever I don't do an audio check, it seems like it doesn't work. Coding Synapse, welcome into the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Coding Synapse, welcome aboard. Thank you for following the captain today. Coding Synapse, I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the stream. Coding Synapse, you get 120 points an hour for being here. 240 points if you're active in the chat. Intensive code, thank you for the hat. Let's get another hat on this head here. Folks, it's so wonderful to see you. It's so wonderful to have you. Sorry that the music wasn't working there for a moment, but we got it. We got it fixed here. Coding Synapse, let me get you started for following me. Coding Synapse. Here's a bonus 500 points just for you, just for being here on this beautiful Sunday at the beginning. So wonderful to have you here. I hope you've been doing well. Folks, we are doing Captain Coder's on you a game jam. It's so wonderful to have all these incredible people. Tani, welcome into the stream. I'm sorry, Tani, I'm sorry. It showed up as you being first, but my bot, it's interesting here. Let's check it out. So Tani came in here. The stream hadn't started yet. Coding Monk wasn't on yet. Tani says here, Code Monk says daily, Oryx says here, Oryx, it did come in the right order here. For me, at least, this is on my local end, Tani, so we got Code Monk was first, Oryx, Tani was second, Oryx was third. Oh no, it really should have been, Tani first. Tani, I don't know what happened. There you go. Fascinating. Timing, magical, mystical, wonderful time to be here, folks. Remember, exclamation point first, get those bonus points. I think I should make it so it never goes under 100 points. Should make it so it never goes under 100 points. Because yesterday it was getting down to like, number 45, here's your 7 points or whatever it was. And I was like, you know what, that feels, maybe you should get 100 points no matter what for doing the attendance here. I skipped the line. That's fine. Yeah, it's like the order it printed out that you got it in was okay. So Code Monk, I feel a little bad for doing this. I sent the message on Discord and I sat there waiting for someone to say here before I went live because I wanted it to say, the stream's not live yet. Someone always does it if I post in the Discord first. And gotcha, Dramlux, it's wonderful to see you. I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. Nameless Coder, welcome back to the stream. We got Patrick as well. It's great to see you. Sidian, the creator of that wonderful intro music there, Shy Programmer. Thank you so much for the lurk. Great to have you here. Sidran, congratulations on your number 11. See, I should make it so you get 100 points no matter what. See, 91 points. That's not even 1/5 of a hat. That's less than 20% of a hat. Welcome in though, Onisai. Thank you so much for pointing out the music wasn't working. Keraticus, welcome to this Keraticus. Is that how we pronounce it? Welcome to the stream. Great to have you here on this beautiful day. Michael, thank you so much for all the mentoring you've been doing. Folks, we got the incredible Michael Game Dev mentoring people out here on Godot. Doesn't have time to do the game jam himself, but he's out there on the Discord helping people. He streams, he's making a breakout style game that has a little twist. It has like a third dimension to it, has some different color like mechanics to it. Be sure to give him some love. You want to go watch someone doing some Godot development. Fantastic stuff happening over there. Coding Synapse, once again, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Cal Orb, thank you for the hats. It's so great to have all you beautiful people here. Siler Atomic, another incredible developer streamer working in an Unreal Engine. Someone remind me in a moment to give Siler a shout out as well. We'd love to have Siler. We love Siler. It's been wonderful watching your streams. It's been so much fun. Sidran, Intensicode, it's so great to have you beautiful people here on this beautiful day. What are we working on, folks? Well, we're working on Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. We still have 10 days left. You have time to join. You have time. It's not too late to learn something new. And I personally am learning how to do some Blender. I'm blending it up, learning the Blender. Yesterday, I decided I was having trouble figuring out what game I want to make. What is the game I want to make? What do I want to do for my game jam? The secret theme is only one inventory slot, and I was like, you could do like a Kirby style thing, just like a Castlevania style thing. Someone's even doing Tetris. You got that one spot to hold in there. That's great. So it's not too hard to come up with something, but inspiration struck. Inspiration struck as, what if we took our emotes, our dancing coffee cup emotes, and we turned that into a character in Blender. A couple things. First off, I'm new to Blender. I bet I could make a mug. It's App Kovalaki. Welcome into the stream. Great to have you here. I bet I could make a mug. And I can. It took a long time. This is my third 3D model, my first animation, but I got a little animation going. Here we got a little walking cup. We got a walking cup. Let's go. Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing this. We got that little face. Ooh, fancy. That's right. It's my first animation in Blender. But he's got a little, this cup's got a little swagger to it, right? Congratulations on your number 14 Coding Synapse. Great to have you. He's got that little swig, got the little swag, got the little swog. He's going for it. Don't have like I was thinking we could switch out. So I have this as run, but it looks more like a walk. Looks like a walk. A run I feel like would need to be leaning back and then like maybe a backwards walk. I don't know exactly what we're gonna do today, but I do want to come up with an idle animation. I'm having a little trouble. Let's save this as something. Let's do a little bit of a save here. Save, copy. We're gonna call this mug face walking, just so I want to lose too much progress if something terrible happens. I'm trying to figure out, and if someone knows how to blend, if someone knows the Blender, if someone knows how to do the thing in Blender, I literally just want to make a new animation. One thing that is bad in Blender is that you never know what you are saving. I kind of feel that way. I'm not gonna lie. And I'm not good enough at Blender that if I make a mistake, I don't know how to go back. The undo feels crazy as well. So one thing that's so interesting about the undo button is it tracks everything you do. It's like, I select this, I select that, I select that. This is all part of undo. So now if I undo, it undoes just like clicking on a thing. I didn't actually do any edits. I didn't modify anything. It just did that single thing selected. So it's quite interesting. I did get the inverse kinematics working on the arms and legs. So when we did the animation, we're just moving the foot or the arms here. So I'm pretty happy with that. I do want to do like an animation I want to make an idle animation. Working in Blender this morning, too nice. My objects are pretty simple, but I'm trying to get everything scaled together. Nice. I have found Blender. There are things about Blender I'm like, oh, this is nice. And there's things about Blender where I go like, man, I was getting so frustrated the other day. I was getting so frustrated trying to do so inverse kinematics. I don't know how to make it symmetrize the inverse kinematic, so I ended up duplicating a little bit of work there. Getting the symmetrize to work just for the skeleton was a little bit crazy because my skeleton isn't centered in the body. I actually have 4 bones because the main body doesn't have a bone. Oh yeah, I got that face inside. He looks like me, Radoni. You happy? Yeah, look at that. That makes me happy that you're happy, and you can be happy together with Dark Fuel here. That's this guy's name. His name's Dark Fuel. Dark Fuel. My plan is to make a little platformer with this character, and I'm gonna try and make a couple different models, but I want to get this character into Unity, imported with the animations working first, or Godot. I haven't decided. I think I'm gonna go with Unity just because I'm a little bit more comfortable with Unity, and I know that the web build will work okay. So that's sort of where I'm at. I also know how to use Pro Builder in Unity to build my levels. And so I'm thinking that's what I'm gonna do. I haven't decided yet. I haven't actually created a base project. I think doing 3D stuff in Godot could be fun as well, but there's more unknowns. Exactly. That's sort of where I'm at with that is, well, it probably makes the most sense to do that just because I'm more comfortable with Unity. And we're actually running quite low on time at this point. Considering I've written 0, I've done nothing in my game engine itself. Mooniz, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. Shelton, welcome to the stream. We got Shelton. Oh, Shelton. Thank you for following me today. We got Shelton. Yeah, Shelton. Following the Captain Coder. Shelton, thank you so much for the follow. Dre, welcome back. Zaft, wonderful to see you, my friend. I wonder where you would like to make Animation Blender or Unity. I wonder where you would like to make Animation Blender. I've done it in Blender. So I was looking, it looks like you can do the animations in Blender.
You in the back, and then, pay attention.
Thank you for the hey. And then we can move them into Unity themselves. Also, folks, if you guys don't know Siler Atomic, if you want to watch a real game developer, look, I'm a faux game developer. I make games, but they're always small. I'm more of a game jammer. Siler Atomic making a real game over here. Be sure to click that heart. Be sure to give them a follow. Working in Unreal Engine, incredible stuff happening over there. Be sure to give them some love. Yeah, you're doing well. I'm glad to hear it, Mooniz. I'm glad the moon is well. Thank you so much for popping and thank you for being here. So I want to figure out, so if anyone can help me here, I'm in Blender. I'm in the blend. I want to create a new, oh, hang on. Okay, if I hit play here. So it's interesting, I want to create a separate action. I'm not sure if I can do this. Guess who's back? Tawny's back. Back again. Tell your friends. That's right. Tawny's back. Tawny's back. Tawny's back. Tawny's back. I would like to be able to add in a second action. And I kind of accidentally did this at one point. I have run. So if I click new hang on, let's try it. If I click new action, see how this new action still has this animation associated with it? I want to have this action not be bound to anything, and I don't know how to do it. And when I've Googled it, I've done some searching. Let's go to the Google. Blender, stay signed out. Blender, add, empty animate. Why are you this way? Blender, add empty animation. What is happening? Don't switch. Stop, Google. Look, Google, I'm trying to use your search engine. I'm not using your browser. Let me use your search engine. Blender. Add new. Look how crazy this is. As I start typing, what is going on? Or is this Bing sabotaging Blender? It like keeps reloading this page. Look. This page keeps reloading on its own. Hang on. This is crazy. Blender. That was wild. That was crazy. What was going on with that? Blender load. or add new. Am I in version 2.9 again? No, I'm still in 4.1. Oh my goodness. Blender, add new animation action. How to use actions in Blender? Actions, when you first, hang on, let's go read the manual. When animating objects and properties in Blender's actions record and contain this data. As everything else in Blender, actions are data blocks. So when you animate an object by changing its location, all right, working with action, when you first animate an object by adding keyframes, Blender creates an action to record the data. Actions can be managed with the Action Data Block menu in the Dope Sheet Action Editor header or the sidebar region of the NLA editor. If you are making multiple actions for the same object, press the shield button for each action. This will give the action a fake user and will make Blender save the unlinked action. Okay, so I need to press save this data block even if it has no user. Is that what I do? And then I click, okay, think. And then deleting these is super weird too. So I click this and then I click new. That did not do what I wanted. So this is where like I'm so nervous. Can I delete these things? Hang on. Delete keyframes. No, it's still going. I don't understand. Lads, I'm Matt. Welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Hope you're having a beautiful day. So I don't understand that. And then now I have like these extra things that I have to delete from over here somehow. Test. And it like put it in the right eye because that's what I had selected. So there's certain things that are so weird that I can't quite figure out. Let's before I go back to learning Elixir. How's the Elixir going? I want to delete that. Let's delete action. I can't just delete this. It's like not part of animation. It's like not an option. Delete. It's so confusing sometimes. All right. So undo, and then look how many undos I have. Let's go back to save this data block, frame change, new action, frame change. Select. There we go. All right, so I'm kind of back to where I was. I don't know if this is okay. Object can only use one action at a time for editing. The NLA editor is used to blend multiple actions together. It is possible to manually specify the intended useful frame range of an action via the panel. I like want a whole tutorial just for I need a video for like creating a new action. It's so weird. If you're making multiple actions for the same object, press the shield button for each action. This will give the action a fake user and will make Blender save the. There's so much about Blender that I don't know yet that even reading the documentation is quite difficult. So like, what is the option? Can you use Blender animations in a game afterwards? Yes, that's the idea. All right, so I click new. It's like I had the eye selected, so it's like adding it to the eye somehow. It's like not quite what I want. I really want it to, I do want to do an idle animation on the face. I've never used this bit before. It's new to me too. Yeah, so the video I watched has you do actions. So you set up your actions and you export this, and when you import the object as an FBX into it, it has all the animations already built in. On the left, there should be a graph editor. Yeah, so I have the graph open up here. So I have the graph editor here. Okay, so my graph editor is up here. So you can see that if I go to run, and then I were to select these nodes, well, I had them in here previously. Wow, this is so weird. Do I have to switch to graph editor here to view it? No. Dope sheet. Why don't I see the animation here? Because how I got it to loop forever was editing this. Oh, I have to select the object? Why can't I click on this object? There we go. There we go. Okay, so I can have that. I want to, can I create a new? So you see run here is like the arms and legs, or the foots and hands. The feet, the foots, the foots. I animate the footsies. The feet and the hands get animated, and then it has it repeat infinitely back and forth. All right, so we have that. I want to add a new action. So like, I don't quite understand what this is. Save this data block even if it has no user. I don't quite understand what that means. What does it mean to save this data block even if it has no user? So giving it a fake user, am I supposed to check this before I create a new one, after I create a new one? Roy Koo, welcome in. Happy Sunday, my friend, for your address on your number 19. Congratulations. You're making multiple actions for the same object. Missed by 5 or so, that's okay. Great to see you anyway. Serious question, when you model a giant robot in Blender, when will you model? Do you measure the feet in feet? Oh, are you asking when you measure a giant robot in Blender, do you measure the feet with feet? Yeah, I measure them with foots. Does your cup work with Mixamo? I have no idea what Mixamo is, by the way, Tani. Does your cup work with Mixamo? I don't know what that is. Is Mixamo a second program? Is that part of Blender? This is me. This is my 4th day using Blender. My 4th day using Blender. I've done very little. Free service by Adobe. Yeah, I don't know what Mixamo. Google it. So, for what it's worth, I am trying to learn Blender. People keep suggesting other programs to do things, but I really want to learn Blender. So people have been like, oh, you should really be doing this in Maya. You should be doing this in like CAD Edit. You should be doing this in Fusion. Not that I'm saying that I can't use Mixamo, but my goal is just the fact that it's Adobe is a huge turnoff for you, Lazamet. For what it's worth, it might work in here. It might work in here. That said, my goal is to learn Blender. Just because something is hard, and I've almost given up multiple times already, doesn't mean. So, Tani, so yes, maybe it will work in here. I have to sign up if I want to use it. So free is a strong word. It has no monetary cost, but I do have to give them my data. They have an animation library that you can import into your own models. So, oh, you're suggesting I use just this so that I get like the base models, like the base animations. That's an interesting idea. I don't have a standard character frame because my character has this, but I could potentially connect it there. Anyway, the answer is maybe. I really do want to figure out how to use this tool though. Tommy, thank you for the link for Maximo. I'm going to bookmark this. Points add Infinitani 500. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to bookmark it. We're going to come back. You can use those animation tracks and edit them to make your own. We'll bookmark this to my, why do I have a folder called Anthony here? Who is Anthony? This is weird. More. Super weird. Oh, I know what that's from. Okay. Well, we got this bookmarked here. We'll find it. That's weird. This is like has my stuff imported from a really old web browser. That's super interesting. Yeah, that's from a. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about that too much. For some reason, this imported bookmarks from a web browser. Things are going super weird here. Like my mouse is clicking, something odd, something's off. I see it all the time at work. Students get using React and not knowing how the web actually works. So yeah, I'm trying to answer is Mixamod fillings. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I want to learn this tool though. So yeah, I want to know. So for example, I know that there's a bunch of different animations and stuff I could potentially add in. Mix-a-mod feelings. Gotcha. But yeah, I'm really wanting to learn how Blender's action works. It's like people are saying like, well, press F, that'll solve a problem. It's like, well, what does F do? What does it mean? I know it's a hotkey, it's hooked up to something. We're gonna keep Mixamo available. We might end up using it once I got some of the stuff, but I want to understand a little bit more working with actions. Blender animation actions. Frustrating using actions. It's a 5-minute video maybe we could watch. I don't like watching videos on stream. I'm not good at watching videos anyway, and it's also like a really old Blender tutorial. Full body action, Blender animation, animation and rigging. Animation, Blender add multiple actions. You first animate an object by adding keyframes. Press the shield button for each action. I tried that. Press the shield button for each action. What does that... It's like, what is this doing? I need to press this and then something? See how I don't know what that, like, what is this doing? Is it that I need to, if I change what I have selected in the scene, it goes to that? I'm super confused. Tutorials really should use GIFs in them. It makes them much clearer. Yeah. I could watch a video too. I guess we might watch a video. The video I watched on doing the actions just had us do one action in that one. Display the number of users this data. Okay, displays number of users of this data. Click to make a single user copy. Okay. So again, also like, what does this F mean? Choose action block to assign to this user's run. Choose action here. Shy Programmer, thank you for the hat. Let's get another hat added to this stack. Let's go. Thank you for the hat. I hope your visit to the store went well. Lazamat with a second hat. Let's get a second hat on this head. There we go. 4 hats deep, folks. We got 4 hats. 4 hats and growing. I really just... I wish there was a way to just sort of be like, okay, I want a new... Save this data block even if it has no user. All right. Can I unmute channel, hide channel, move, delete channel? That did nothing. Went to the store today. Couldn't get what I wanted because I got nervous, but it's good. Glad to hear it. No, F is focused in third view, but no, I deal with the action selects. I just mean, so yesterday, it makes a face if you have an edge loop selected and there's no face and you press F, it adds a face into it. So yesterday people were saying press F, and I was like, well, yeah, but what, like, where's that menu item? What's it called? So you can do things like in here, I've discovered through F3, you can start searching for things and just do it. Whatever mode you happen to be in, there's like a context. So if I'd be like face, like, we can actually come in and find these things. This was really nice to find. Finally read that in the manual. I didn't see any videos that ever said that, but in the manual, it's like, oh, you can press F3 to get this context menu to show up. So I'm wondering, enable F-curve modifiers. Do channels convert the result, toggle channel muting. If I mute, I'm wondering if, all right, so now we get one arm. What? That's so weird that the arms move even though they're muted here. If I go back to run, is the full thing? Okay, so I get the full thing there. This is so bizarre to me. Why is anything happening here at all? I'm just trying to understand this tool. I would love to be able to find something that I can read about it. I can go Blender. Yeah. Blender animation actions. Just got some snacks from the store, some little cheese blocks. Oh, some cola. But I was debating to get another drink, but couldn't decide and got really nervous. That, you know, I'm glad you got yourself a little snack. Sounds good. I like snacks. Using actions. All right, let's see if this person... See, but it's 2.83. All these are super old. Blender Action Editor tutorial. Copy and paste keyframe, save the action. Oh, man, videos are so, like, I don't like. I was thinking to get some chocolate to heat it up, but I'm going back later. Gotcha. I think you're okay on Blender 3 Plus, but yeah, 2.8 is probably not so good, right? So this, every video I see has you create an action, but not make a second action. So this one is like creating an action. This also looks like a very old version of Blenderware. Use the NLA editor. What is, were you able to figure out what NLA editor meant? The NLA, non-linear animation. Okay. So, how do I access that? Non-linear animation. Editor for short for non-linear action can manipulate and repurpose actions without the tedium handling keyframes often used to make broad, significant changes to scene animations and relative ease. That doesn't sound like what I want. But maybe it is. See how it's weird what these things are connected to. So see, it looks like I have this like connected to a bunch of different things unintentionally. So it looks like my run is attached to my eye, my pupil, my dimple, my armature. It should really only be attached to the armature. So understanding this, I don't know if NLA is what I want. I don't know that it is or isn't. I'm not saying it isn't. Shore hide. Yeah, so it looks like maybe I'm understanding where this data is hooked to. Blender Game Engine is still alive. Has anyone seen at least one game in it? Sijian. Yeah, all the most modern games are made in. Remove, empty, delete tracks. Like I can't get rid of right eye. Animation. Clear animation data. Okay, this might be what I want. This looks helpful. Tani, this looks really helpful. I'm getting editor anxiety just watching this. There's just so much. It reminds me of watching people learn Unity. It reminds me of watching my students learn Unity and be like, oh man, there's so many things. Reddit says that you have to push animation down into a strip. Right now I'm just trying to get rid of in my icosphere. Can I clear animation data? Why is there animation data on these things is so interesting to me. Armature makes sense, but it should probably only be on one of these things. Armature 01 is going to be legs is actually where it probably should be. Okay. If I do this, oh no. Okay, so it makes sense. Can we undo that? So it makes sense. It looks like one is the legs, maybe. I don't know. And then use, Reddit says that you have to push it. This sounds so exhausting. It's one of those things that I bet once you know the tool, once you know the things, once you understand why something is working, everything is doing, it does these things for a reason, unless there's a bug. I think for the most part, it's just me not understanding. I've removed something now, and I don't have my leg animation anymore. But it made, oh, hang on, these are muted. Let me turn these back on. So I'm trying to figure out. See, I don't understand what this checkbox is doing. Temporarily disabled stack evaluation. Oh, it's insane for being open source, isn't it? You just have to find the right path first. It's about understanding, right? So I have been using Blender for what? 15 hours, 16 hours maybe? And so my skill level is incredibly low. When this is what I tell people when they're learning how to program. The first 20 to 40 hours is like super miserable because nothing makes sense. Everything's brand new. It's all about how you, especially if you don't have a good mentor, a good teacher trying to help you. It's like everything, you just like copy and paste and like watch a video, copy it over, watch a video, copy it over, read something in a book, just copy it over, not understand. It's not until you start exploring. So like right now, I'm exploring the tool. I think they're suggesting that animations use some sort of stack data structure to run, and you can edit the stack in the NLA or something. Yeah, I'm seeing that here. Push down action. There's this push down. It looks like I can like add something in here. I'm trying to just get it so I have one. I had this animation repeating 4 times. I'm trying to just get it so that I have it once. Okay, so it looks like one of these is my arms and one is my legs. I'm trying to understand what each one of these is doing. And it looks like my arms and legs are sort of backwards though. So I have my leg data here. All right, so the leg data here. And then I have my arm data here. So they are separate from each other. All right, so I have like an arm moving, I have a leg moving. It's Captain Enosa. Captain Enosa. I don't know if you've seen the video I've shown people. This is how I feel about it. Do I have? Hang on. Let me find the link real quick. Here is how this is. Let me get. This is how I feel. This has mostly been my Blender experience. This is sort of how I feel when I try and use Blender is Calorb, welcome. I know I'm using Edge. You know, I thought it's been surprisingly good, not gonna lie. But yeah, that's been my experience. Welcome in, Bruce. No worries. No worries. Welcome in. Great to have you here. Bruce, how was your stream? What were you up to today? What were you working on? Tell us all about it. Folks, give Bruce some love. Click that heart. Thank you so much for popping in. What are you working on? Johnny, let's keep it I do use Microsoft Edge. I use Firefox as the big on privacy. So the reason I tried Firefox, it's just so slow. Firefox does not work well with a lot of apps, especially I was making a web app at the time and Firefox was just so slow compared to everything else. The reason I stopped using Chrome was the latest updates to Google. I gave Edge a try. I gave Firefox a try. I kind of did not like it. I gave Edge a try, kind of liked it. So that's where we're at with it. Pretty good. My math is finally working. Sweet. ProcGen, Planet, local areas, and I'm finally getting the smoothness in the ideal regions. Very good. Firefox is slow, and it's been like that for a while. Not bad. Edge and Chrome is the same anyway. Kind of. They're based off of Chromium, right? Or it's like a branch of Chromium. Return to Netscape. Let's get Netscape Navigator, right? But not the same, yeah. They're forks from both forks on it. For what it's worth, I tried to get Chromium. Not experienced that myself. There's no good alternatives to Firefox, really. For me, it was like incredibly obvious how slow it was. Just need to invest 250 plus human years to make Firefox faster. Zaft, I've thought about it. On my mobile device, I'm using the DuckDuckGo browser these days, which actually is surprisingly good. I don't know why I say it's surprisingly good, but it's quite good. Okay, so this is so interesting. We have run. Do I actually have two different? This doesn't make sense to me. Can we go back to the dope sheet? We have run and run one. I don't understand why I see all of this when I'm in both of these. So this is something I'm trying to understand. Brave is into Bitcoins. Interesting. Does it do like any kind of mining on locally while it's running or something? M125, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're doing beautifully well. Honestly, I just wish I could use Lynx everywhere. That's really the Lynx web browser is what I want to use, but no one supports it anymore. Good at Unity is a strong word. I would say I am above novice. 2D collision not working. Okay. Here, let me get a Unity project open, and we can talk about 2D collisions in Unity. When you say 2D collision not working, are you able to share your project with us? Do you have like in a repository somewhere that we could take a look? But let me open up I'm going to create a new 2D project in Unity, and we can talk about it. Let's see if I can get a temporary spot somewhere. Temp 2D. Opera I did try Opera, and it felt really, really bad for what it's worth. Opera felt like malware when I used it. I'm not saying it was malware, but it felt like malware when I was using it. It felt kind of like spyware as well. It was just like wanted to access everything, wanted to like touch Opera as the Walmart of browsers. Gotcha. I don't know a lot about web browsers or like browser wars or whatever. All right, we're getting it loaded up. Proton, welcome into the stream. Captain Cup, that's right. Proton, we're doing some 3D modeling in Blender. It's this is going to be the player character in the game we're making. So you're going to control this. I use Opera GX only for the memes. I'm the certain send data. So we got our walking cup animation. We're trying to understand it a little bit better. How to create new actions that are separated from each other. And I'm not understanding it. I really am not understanding how this action thing works. How to separate the logic between the two. What's super interesting that I'm trying to understand, so I have this run. Oh, it's saying both of these are run. Oh, it's saying that this is connected. Can I change this to walk? I have this one animation here, walk, that is connected to this armature and that armature. I think I understand that. To be honest, I haven't used Opera in a long time, but it was decent in 2008. I used it like 2 years ago, maybe a year or two ago, and I was going like, oh my God, this feels like spyware, malware, wanting to like talk to all my programs, running background processes. It was weird. That was my experience. But Proton, I hope you've been well, friend. I hope you're doing wonderful. But welcome into the stream. Also, folks, if you want to watch someone else who is working on the game jam, be sure to check out Captain Enosa. How's your game coming along, Captain? Captain Enosa's making a game in Godot for the Game Jam. It looks like a bullet hell game. Be sure to give it some love. Go check it out. I just went to Opera and using it now. How do you feel about it, Shy Programmer? Edge runs 26 back press on my box. Why? I don't know. For performance reasons. Performance reasons. What I found interesting about Edge is it works on Mac and Linux. Fun fact, Microsoft Edge runs on Mac and Linux. His game's got some cool swag goblins. All right, so here I am. M125, what are you trying to do with your 2D collision? Are you trying to do a trigger collision? Are you trying to have, like, tell me what you're trying to do, and we have a 2D project here when I can maybe walk you through how I might approach it. So it's probably easy to get all that set up. Yeah, exactly. So I didn't quite realize that when I was gonna, one of my requirements, I use Mac, Linux, and Windows on a pretty regular basis every week, like once a week at least. I'm on Mac. I'm actually on Mac probably every day. I'm on Mac and Windows every day. Linux several times a week. Might want to check that option that it starts up when my PC starts up though. All right, M125, are you still with us? When you're trying to do 2D collisions, tell me what you're trying to do. Trying to use kinematic body as player and collide it with a static rigid body. When you say collide, do you want to like detect the collision or just have two things colliding? All right, so we can, I don't know why I'm in this weird view. Let's go to layout default here. All right, so I'm gonna create a sprite for my player. So we'll call this player. All right, so I have a player object here. I am going to give it a rigid body 2D. So rigid body to make it so that it'll interact with the physics system. I want to give it a capsule collider 2D. So now it will collide with things. All right. Then I want to, let's create an empty square. Go ahead and make this square black, gray. So it's gonna be our ground. Let me go ahead and move this, scale it. All right, so we have a platform for our player to land on. And in my, here I wanna add in a box collider 2D. All right, so now it will collide with this thing. All right, it should fall and collide with it. So that's like the basics of it. So I'm using kinetic rigid body for top-down game. So I would recommend not using kinematic, but instead disabling gravity. So kinematic typically are things that aren't going to be moving. I would just set gravity to 0, dynamic, and then set gravity to 0. And then for your player, you usually want it to be continuous, although discrete will work for most cases as well. So try setting it to dynamic and setting the gravity to 0. So now it will still have the physics as you move it around. Bugs Bunny, or I don't know who Bugs Bunny is, but I've heard of Bugs Bunny. So then this won't be affected by gravity. Yeah, so let's add in, give that a try, M125. Let me know if that works. Let me know if that works for you. I must respect all blenders who are mastering the great software. I wish I could do 1% of that. I know I feel like I am like sticking my finger in acid learning Blender. I'm like, oh, that burns. Ooh, and I'm just like, I gotta keep going deeper. Oh no, my finger's gone. I feel like I'm melting off parts of my body trying to get it to work. It worked, but I didn't want any physics, only don't. It worked, but I didn't want any physics, only don't go through walls. If you're using the colliders, these use box 2D physics. So if you want to use the built-in colliders in Unity, you kind of have to use their physics system. Otherwise, you have to make your own. So if you want to use their built-in colliders, you kind of have to use their physics system with something being a rigid body. The rigid body is like the magic that makes it happen. That sends out the signals to detect collisions. Yeah, so I hope that makes sense. But the easiest thing to do is just turn gravity off on it. Was a typo, but he's big, so we can count him mini so bucks. Let's check this out. Big Buck Bunny? No, I haven't seen this. I haven't seen this. What is this? Yeah, so it's a little bit different in Unity, right? What is this? Is so interesting. I'm looking at it on another stream. I feel like I need a. This is a Blender. Oh, this is amazing. Good luck. Good luck. I've missed a lot. This is like. Look at what you can make in Blender. This is gorgeous. Bugs Bunny. Yeah. So I know you, so this is the thing, I know you can do all this amazing, cool stuff. I just have to practice and figure it out. Like I said, I'm only 15 hours, 16 hours maybe into learning Blender. And this is sort of where I'm at right now. Count Oren, welcome back, by the way. Happy to see you, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Hey, Captain, maybe a silly question, but can I share some of my progress of my game on Discord? Absolutely. Where can I show it off? Just one screen that I might have. So the best place to show on Discord, Shy Programmer, if it's for the Game Jam, show it in the Game Jam General. If it is a personal project, there's a share section. You may have it turned off, so that you might have to turn it on. You can send on the project forum or just the general share self-promotion section, share all. So these are mostly forums. If it's just a one-off, share all might be the right place, but yeah, under the share section is probably the best place to do it. Yeah, for the Game Jam, drop it in the Game Jam General. Should I decided not to make a bunch of channels this year because they didn't like get utilized last year. Yeah, drop it in Game Jam General. We can check it out here. Ooh, look at this door. Sweet. Door looks awesome. Shy Programmer, I know this isn't you, but like, wow. I'm just looking at some of the pixel art people are making. Yeah, drop it in Game Jam General. We'll take a look. One of the trickier parts of Blender to me is most tutorials are focused on Blender itself and not Blender for games. Yes, that's true too. So getting that initial set of areas to start with can be difficult when there's so much you don't know. I feel like I have enough to like do some basic modeling. I can't do anything like super fancy. I just want to be able to do a little bit more animations. So I might try and find it there. Save the prince. Save the princess. Beautiful. Are you, this looks great. Are you using, all right, this is good dough. Press start, nice little title screen. Shy Programmer, very, you should be proud of yourself. Look at this. Look at this. Did you draw all this? Did you find this? Just putting it together can be really cool too. Very nice little title screen here. Press to start. Thank you for sharing it. Shy Programmer points. Add Shy Programmer, 250 points. Thank you so much for sharing it. Always love checking out what other people are doing. We love doing it here. That's why I do the Saturday showcase when I can. That's why I do the game jams. I want people to do stuff. That's why we do Mechanically Challenge. We want everyone to be able to learn and code and grow together. All right, so it looks like, let me try something. I have an idea. Let me click on this mouth. Let me go to my dope sheet. Yes, okay. It was because this is connected to that walk animation. If I hit play, I don't quite understand what play does. In this context, it's like puts all of them together. This run. Well, this is another thing I don't quite understand. We have run. We have walk. Don't quite understand this. It's like attached. Now that I clicked on this, this is like now attached to the mouth, which I don't want. Unlink this action from the active action slot and or tweak mode. Interesting. I use pixel art for it. Works perfect for what I need. That's great. That's great. All right, so like I'm trying to understand what unlink does. So now it's no longer connected to that mouth. What connections does run have? Walk, run. I'm just trying to figure out where I'm trying to understand what my actions have, like, so notice now my mouth has this no action on it. Armature says run 0, run 1. Movies made with Blender. Like I'm trying, like what is this thing here? Armature 1 now. It's connected to run 0, 1. See, this is confusing to me again. Just for animation. Just trying to understand what this does here. Interesting. It's like, why is this now saying run 001 instead of walk? Is it because it's connected to both of those somehow? If I grab this hand, is the hand currently set so I can't click on it? It is. So I can click on that. Check this out. Okay. Something I'm noticing. I'm in the walk animation here. And I have, if I click on this, it switches to the run animation. I want to understand what each one of these different things means and does and how I can utilize it. If I click something that's not connected to an animation, it no longer shows up in my graph view here. If I want them to run, I only want to play one animation. Maybe I'm just not understanding what actions are. Timeline. I didn't quite realize that this timeline was like a separate thing down here. Cap, watch this site. Also, movies made with Blender. Thank you for the link. Proton, top 50 movies created with Blender. Oh, making me wish I was better at this. Think of NLA as is a timeline. Try and move the walk animation after the run animation. So they need to be separate. When you say after, you mean like they're the same animation. So Tani, here's the thing. These two things are the same animation. I want to delete one, but they like are dependent. Okay. So I actually don't have multiple animations. So here's what keeps happening. I have something selected. When I select this, it links it with the object I click on. I didn't realize what I was doing. I thought I was selecting an action. So if I click on this, it like attaches this like run 001. I want to delete. Can I not? Hang on. And can you only have one walk? Yeah. You can like only have, and I think I might just be misunderstanding. What these mean. I have no object selected. Yeah, so notice that each object can only be linked to one animation. Tuber, thank you for the hats. Let's get a hat on this stack. So it's sort of my understanding. Let's get it on there. 5 hats deep. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hats deep. Thanks for the hat. So I'm realizing, name is Cuppy. It's Dark Fuel is the name of this character. Braxton, great to see you, my friend. I hope you've been well. Folks, if you want to watch a fun game streamer, be sure to check out Braxton Wise. Streams game dev, not game dev, streams playing games. Braxton, how have you been? What have you been playing recently? It's great to see you. It's really coming along. I'm just trying to understand the tools I'm using. So we have this little animation here. Captain Cup. Yeah. Obviously, push action down on the NALI stack as a new strip. Okay, so maybe I'm understanding that a little bit more. Tawny, thank you so much for all your help. So now, can I just delete tracks? I just want to get rid of, it's like not linked to anything anymore, I think. So now this is a thing I can move around. Okay. This is a thing I can move around now. I'm wondering, I want to get rid of this run 001. Run 001. What's going on with that? Unlink. Okay, so now I have none of that. So now notice though, look, my arms are gone. What's going on? I don't understand. Arms. It's like my arm swagger. So I can put those together. Okay, I feel like I'm almost understanding. Enjoy your sauna, Proton. Thank you so much for popping in. Thank you so much for sharing those Blender movies with us. Super cool stuff. Maybe someday I'll be able to blend a little bit better than I am right now. You're welcome, Braxton. Thank you so much for hanging out. I've been doing Siberia the World before, but soon we'll be doing a game and software dev. Oh, what are you planning to make? What are you planning to make? Okay, so now if I were to go to my dope sheet, I still have some actions in here. I don't quite understand that. But when I select these, it's like it's independent of it. If I hit play still plays them all. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding how to do this, because in my mind, what I want to do is I want to be able to select, and this could just be me not understanding Blender. I want to be able to select, oh, well, let's go to frame 20, or I want to select from a drop down the action I have, and then do it. So now it looks like, let's go over to my nonlinear animation. I have these separated, hang on. I can actually pull them apart and do them separate. So, I have arms and legs backwards, by the way. Let's rename this. Arm swing. Legs walk. So I can have them, so these are my arms swinging, these are my legs walking. I can have them separate. Can I duplicate this? I can. And I can potentially put them together. Nope, I can't. Why? Why is everything so hard? Duplicate. That is so bizarre. If I turn this off, we see nothing. When it plays them together there, what? Why doesn't it play question? Look at this. I don't understand this. If I turn off this one here, it'll play when I have them together like this. I have this one on. The arms move, and then they don't move together there. So there's something about how this is defined that I don't understand. Okay. Undo. The number of undos I have to do to get back is always interesting. We can make it longer, and then it keeps going. Blending, replace, extrapolate. It's interesting that duplicating this, add track. Duplicate linked? It's so weird. I don't understand. I'm almost... I feel like I know a little bit more than I did before. Does this need to be over one more? 0, 0. I think I have enough to kind of... So I can turn that off now. I just don't know how to export the action. Maybe I should export this to see what it looks like when I import it into Unity. Let me create a... All right, so I am gonna create a Unity project. Let's go ahead, close some of this stuff. We go over to Unity Hub. I'm gonna get that started, and I'm gonna play around a little bit more. Let's create a 3D project in Unity. This is my Learn You a Game Jam. We're gonna make this our Unity project here. What's it? I need to come up with a name of this. I think we're gonna call it Dark Fuel. All right, code name Dark Fuel. All right, so while that's loading, while that's building out, I just want to understand the action system. The fact that I can't delete, there we go, remove empty animation data, is interesting, but I can't. If I search for arms here, Project Dark Fuel. Exactly. Okay, let's go look at Blender, export actions for Unity, action animations. You need to export as an FBX with the animation to Unity file. Press the FBX option, press Control D on the last triangle component. Preserve hierarchy import option on the animation asset in Unity. Select the mesh itself. If you have a mesh Unity 3D, see, this is why I want like an animation called idle. So it's not just like this animation right off the bat. Right off the bat is such an interesting. Right off the bat, what's the order? Is it right off the bat or right off the bat? I'm not sure. Videos of Blender export action animations. So long. From Blender. You're exporting FBX manually. My mouse is doing something weird. I feel like I might need to replace this mouse. It feels like it has a mind of its own right now. All right, so we have a 3D Unity project. Apparently this is now my default layout when I open up a Unity project. Very odd. Let's go ahead and export as an FBX. As an... Is XPX not an option? There it is. Many phrases come from trends inside right off the bat. Comes from the massive trend of baseball in North America in the 1900s. Blackbeard. Blackbeard. Oh, Blackbeard. Thank you for following me. Blackbeard, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Glad to have you here. Let's see here. We are working on learning Blender for Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. So we have a game jam going on, and we're learning a little bit about Blender, learning how to do some animations. Right now, I'm trying to export a small animation I have in Blender into Unity to see what that looks like. And I'm currently just trying to export it to my project folder here, and I'm trying to get into good habit as a streamer of not showing my screen when I'm looking at my file system. Just because it's just a good habit to have. Captain Coder org. All right, so now we're in this directory here, and I can go down to Learn You a Game Jam. Learn You a Game Jam, and we're gonna put this in raw here. Mug, dark fuel. Do I need to export? All right, there was a little comment here. Export, add the FBX object with animation to Unity. Export, okay. So there's no extra buttons here. According to this quick Google Bing search here. I always say Google interchangeably for internet search. Okay, now let's drag this into Unity. We're gonna see what happens. Captain Coder org. Learn You a Game Jam. Dark Fuel. Okay. Let's try bringing in this Dark Fuel import here. All right. So there is our animations. Okay, so I have leg walks here as one. And it's hard to see here. Let me full screen this. Oh, that was not helpful at all. I can see the legs moving down there. I wish this was not terrible. I want this to be a separate second window. All right, and then arms swing. So it does export each of these as a separate animation here. Really hard to see on screen, I'm sure, but I can kind of see it here. So I just wanted to see what it was gonna look like. Legs walk, arm swing. These are separated out, even though they're on top of each other here. So we kind of want these to be part of the same. How do I combine these together is a question. Is there like a merge? Do I need to bring them into a single? It's like I almost need a second object here for doing my animations. Let me create a... Yeah, so Tani, I'm kind of realizing that you're learning animation control. Awesome. Game Maker, how's your project coming along? How's it coming along? Thank you so much for popping in. Great to see you, my friend. Let's create a new collection. Animations. I want to create a new Can I just add in an empty here? Honestly, just want to add in an empty here. Unless there's an animation option. Like, I don't quite understand some of this. Lurk, some work will be muted. No worries, Tawny. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. Feels like this isn't the right thing to do, but what's interesting is like, okay, I can add the animation here for the arm swing and stuff that I want. Let me shrink Unity down here. I want these to be one animation. How do I make these? I don't even know if I can. It's almost like they need a parent object. So we go to my dope sheet here. I'm having some of the most fun in a while. Accidentally made a Paper Mario sprite flip. Very cool. Very cool. I'm glad you're having fun with it. That's how I feel as well. I've been having so much fun. Oh, because I pulled these out into their separate components. Do I need to go back in time? Hang on. I might need to go back to... I did it like a save as. All right. Don't save. Let's go back to what I had previously. Mug face walking. And let's save as. This is going to be our mug. Actions. Learning about actions here. And I'm realizing that every time I now understand a little bit more. So if I go into my nonlinear, I was like adding this to a bunch of weird places. So I should be able to start removing. All right, so. Okay. Unlink. Remove empty animation data. Dimple. Unlink action. Remove empty animation data. These are connected to the same one. Now these make sense. The little run here makes sense. So if I go to... This can't be clicked right now. Turn off my face. If I go to being able to select my arms and legs, and I select this, now I have these things here. Push action down onto the top of the NL deck as a new strip. I want these to be one action that gets exported here. So I have one run here. These are all linked together. Create a new action, but that'd create a new action on this one thing. If I click on something that's not connected in there, yeah. So that these are all connected to this run animation. What I don't quite understand, I can do this. Oh, if I just save it as run, do they just need to be named the same thing? Oh, that would be interesting. Walk. Because I renamed them. Walk. Curious walk. Okay. Let's do an export as an FBX. And then it's not going to remember where I was. I have to keep navigating back. This is infuriating. Here. Has like this recents, but it doesn't have any of my recents. I guess kind of. Okay, I'm gonna re-export that. Let's re-import this into Unity. Okay. No, the legs are moving separate still. Dang. No, this didn't actually re-export. Hang on, this is still an old file. Save, export, FBX. Let's delete this file just to make sure. Delete it as Mug Actions Learning, that's why. I want to export as this. There we go. Exported. Let's import that into Unity. Having some of the most fun. Oh, I see. I already read that one. Why is it? Is there? Walk animation. There's not an option to switch it now. It's just the legs. I know it's super hard to see. I see just the legs moving though. Why? I really need the ability to like pull this whole thing out into a separate, or shrink these things. There's no option to shrink these. There's only one clip walk. Okay, that's too bad. I was really hoping that would work. We're about to have to take a break here in 5 minutes. I'd like to be able to... Okay. Undo here. I want these to output as the same. Can we somehow link these? Strip, apply scale, sync, link action. Because they're part of two different. All right. Blender, NLA, combine strips. Combining strips. So hard to see what editor he's in. So these are the actions. This guy is not happy about this. I know you can't hear him. I have the desktop audio muted, but he is just like, this is the worst interface. He's complaining about it the whole thing. Well, I only have one action, but I want them to... This is like not quite what I want. Let's go back to Blender real quick. We might not finish this before the first break. Why so hats? S4 Game Clone, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. We just have a hat redeem for 500 points. Put a new hat on. It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Whoa.
Andy Lippy with the raid. Andy Lippy raiding in today now. Andy Lippy, thank you for the raid. Andy, how you been, my friend? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to on your stream? Everyone go give Andy Lippy some love. Incredible software developer. Does all kinds of cool stuff. I believe, Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, you do a lot of OBS mods. Is that true? Andy, what were you working on today? Feel free to drop a link if you got it, just in case we need it. There's a permit. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. What were you working on today? Waldo and friends, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. Thank you for the Ayo Pog. Ayo Pog. We're over here learning how to Blender. Losing my mind a little bit. JD giving Andy Lippy 20 JDs. There we go. There we go. Now you're rich. Now you're rich. JD, question. Just boring stuff today. Yeah, I feel like my stream today is not very particularly interesting. I'm trying to get this animation exported. Okay, so let me go back in time. Let me go back to when things were less terrible. Mug face walking. So I have this. I should have said, let's go back. Actually, can we just open actions learning? I think I already saved this. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to undo now. Yeah, let's go back to this and let's overwrite that. Save as mug face actions learning. So I'm trying to learn how to exit. I would like to, so I don't understand how to do the animations in Blender currently. So I have this animation. There's my guy, it's walking. I'm learning a little bit about how this animation, unfortunately I connected it to a bunch of different objects. So I keep removing this and then not saving it here. So let's unlink this action. Let's remove this here. This dimple here isn't actually being used in our animation, so I can unlink this action and then remove empty here. So these two things here, armature and armature one is the arms, one is the legs. One is the arms, one is the legs. I would like these to export as a single animation combined together. They're exporting as two different animations. One is the arms, one is the legs. So that's currently what's happening. And so when I import this into Unity, I have the arms and legs as two separate animations. I want to somehow combine them together. So if I do this, and I do this, you'll see, let me go ahead and pull this apart. They're actually two, one is the arms, one is the legs. I want to export them. I want to combine them into a single animation, single action, if you will. The action is not quite the right word because they are a single action. If I go over to my dope sheet and I select my foot, I have this on not selectable. Hang on. Turn off the face. So I have this. You'll see that it's there are two users of this data. The armature for the arms and the armature for the legs. Those are the two users of the data. I really want to combine them together. Saw, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the hat. Let's get another hat on here. Saw, I'm about to take a break, but we'll give you a free hat when I get back. So remind me if I forget. Remind me if I forget to give you that free hat. With the bonus hat, I owe you 2 hats. I'm gonna owe you 2 hats here. Let's get another hat added to this stack. There we go. There we go. So it's like 4 hats for the price of 2. So that's what I'm trying to do. And I don't quite understand So I have this one action here. That I would like to be able to export. You love this model? Me too. I had a lot of fun making it. We got it. We got a little walking animation. Better than my modeling it. Well, look, this took me a long time to make. I'm proud of it, but I'm not proud of the amount of time it took. Or maybe I am. I don't know. Yeah. Group channels walk, maybe? Yeah, so like that. I don't even know what that does. Here. We all start somewhere, exactly. That's exactly right. Alright, so I can group them together into this walk. Here. It's, okay. Armature 1. Jemin, welcome in. David Winsan, how you been, friends? So great to see you on this beautiful day. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Wherever you happen to be. I'm having a beautiful day today. I can wake up and hang out with you guys. It's a beautiful day. Been making a web browser music player with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, which I've only started doing today to learn web JavaScript. Very cool. That's awesome. How do you like it so far? You want that cup? You want that cup? I need to... Look, it turns out you can get this cup. You can get... Look, you want an official Captain Coder bean water holder? You can get this cup. They don't come in red, though. It turns out red is very expensive to get red and blue cups. But you can over on the Ko-fi. If you want to get a Captain Coder mug, you can get them. All right, so that's what I'm trying to do. And I don't understand how to export the action. Hang on. Yeah, I don't understand how to export the action. Hang on, let me try one more thing. Export. How many hats do I have? There are 18 hats in this room. There are 18 hats in this room. We used to have 20, I want to say 24 hats, but that was too much for my head to handle. It was too much hat. It was too hat to handle. Now a 4 kilobyte report. I'm currently at 4,207 bytes. That's a lot of bytes. That's almost no bytes, really. Orlin, welcome back. Have you tried wearing all 18 at once? It has happened. It's happened a few times. You want one with the legs and arms? That's not where I want to be. Where's my other Unity window? Okay, let's re-import this file. What if everyone in stream redeems it? That's how we get all the hats. That's how it happens. We're about to take a break though, so I wouldn't recommend doing it right now. They reset after the break. So, yeah, like, I can't get them to go together. Why is this the way it is? I need to maybe parent them in a different way so I can get the arms and legs going separately. Take for the mug, it depends on where you're at. So in the US, I think it's like 2 days. I think it's 2 to 7 days in the US. Other countries, it takes longer. Why? Okay, trying to understand this. I'm honestly not sure how long it would take to get to Australia. That's a good question. Blender export actions, action animation to animations. I don't know why. I want it to export just one. When you get your money, export multiple objects with individual animations. How to create and export multiple, how can I manage multiple animations? Yeah, I don't know what to look at here to do it. All right, we do need to take a quick break though, folks. We've been going for 90 minutes, a little bit more than 90 minutes. So here's the thing, it is only one action. So there's tools for merging the action, but not merging. So I think I need to create a parent object that contains both of these things or something. That's the part that I'm confused about. I can merge actions, but it's only one action. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, like, I think I can create a parent object and animate the parent object, but I'm not sure. All right, let's see. I do need to take a break. Let's see if we can undo. All right, we'll look into it in a moment. I gotta take a break. Before I get too deep into something else, we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna get ourselves a little bit more bean water. We're gonna hydrate some more, folks. Be sure to hydrate. So I think it's $20 it's like flat rate $20. But I'm not 100% sure. All right, folks, we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Captain Coder will return. Hang tight. I'll be right back. All right, we're back, Saw. Here's your 1 hat. 2 hats for you, Saw. Thank you so much for the hats. All right, we are back, Bunny Masher. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Great to see you. Welcome back to the stream. Folks, before we get started, before we hop back in, be sure to check out JD Does Dev.
If you want to feel like you're talking with Captain,
Listen to this man.
Let me see if I could do my Captain impression.
He's an impressionator.
I am not the Captain, but
He's
my
from the
eyebrows also
future.
move in a way like the Captain.
Be sure to check out JD Does Dev. You have a lot of fun over there. JD Does Dev, JD Does Games, JD Does Facts. You can get yourself 5 cc's over there. But JD, I hope you're doing well, my friend. Great to see you. Fun stream last night. I did remember, Saw. Look, an elephant never forgets. I'm not saying I'm an elephant, but that's just the thing that they say. All right, so I want to... It seems to be the issue that these two things are on separate objects. And so I'm wondering if I can make a single parent of both of these things that will allow us to do what we want. So I'm wondering if I can reparent all of this. All right. Control P. Let's make a new object. New collection. Try body. I don't know. It feels so weird that I have to do it this way. Because like, what if I wanted the animation of the face anyway? Create inside of here. Let's move our cursor to the world center. Cursor to world origin. And then we're gonna add in an empty here, which feels weird to do. And then I want to take everything and parent it on this object. All right, parent, keep transform, okay. So all these things are now parented here, including, I don't know what these are. Yeah, but everything is now parented. Oh, the body is essentially parented. Did this... All right, so we still have this animation. So my idea is now that this is parented here, if I go to my dope sheet and I say, okay, well, I want to attach run to this single object. And now I go to my action editor, or sorry, my non-linear. I have this empty here with that. If I turn this into our walk and I export it, so can I separate these out real quick? I'm just curious. Yeah, that's still... There's no actual animation on this thing. Yeah, it's so weird. I don't understand this at all. It's very frustrating. Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating to not understand. I'm sure that these make sense. I'm sure that these tools do what they're intended to do. My understanding of how these tools work is the issue. So when I look up, all right, let's undo. Nurkmind, how's it going, friend? Great to see ya. Let's Undoing this program is insane to me too. All right. I need a Blender expert here. Nurkmind, how the heck are you doing, friend? Congratulations on your 26. Folks, if you guys don't know Nurkmind, incredible streamer, game dev extraordinaire. Go give him some love. Click that heart. You won't be disappointed. That's the Captain Coder guarantee. And if you are disappointed, look, that's a you problem. Nurkmind, how you been? What have you been up to? I'm about to give up for now. Give up is a strong word. It's an NLA non-contributing. I want to be able to take these two things. That's right. About to jump into Blender. I really want... Absolutely. This feels painful. I want these to be one thing. And I don't know how to merge these together. That's what it seems like. There's no merge. There's no combine. They're on two different armatures, so it's like Blender, Animation, Unity, two armatures. How to join two separate armatures? Do I need to combine these together? It feels so weird that you would have to combine the armatures together. In pose mode, select the bones or use your NLA to mix strips into one action here. All right, let's see what this says. So every one of these I see, they're all under the same armature. It's like a super old version of Blender as well. So I could, but then it's like, okay, I'm gonna want to animate the face later. Does it always have to be, if I want the animation to be one animation? So I want to make my face animate as well later. Am I gonna have to add that into the armature? Or there's no armature on the face. That's the part that is interesting. I think, all right, so we have this, Control J or Shift. What do they say to press? Shift J, Control J, yeah, it does nothing. So when I do that, like mirroring gets weird now. Yeah, so it's like clearly that is not what I want to do. Leg, armature. Armature. There must be a way that you can have two armatures in the same animation, or things that aren't even part of an armature animating. It's all one action. It's all one action. Let's where it was, now my action is Go to my dope sheet now. Oh, I still have the run. Okay. These just don't have it associated anymore. What is run even connected to? Run. Yeah, it's so... There's so much. Undo history. Go into my... All right. It should also be one action wherever you're exporting. No, it's not. So when I export, it's all one action. When I do an export, I get two separate... I get one for the arm. So you'll notice I have one armature here for run and one armature here for run. One is for the arms, one is for the legs. I think the weird part is the one that's connected to... This is like the weirdest part. Leg, arms, armature. Legs, armature. So it has these two separate things. When I do an export like this, I actually end up with two animations. So let me do an export just so you can see. So I'll override this. I guess I don't have to override it. I could just go back into Unity and show you. I end up with, I did the export so we can see what's happening though. Let's go ahead and re-import this. And I end up with two animations. I wish this inspector wasn't so terrible. I can't, like I want this to be bigger. It's really, really annoying that it's so small. So we have the legs as one and then the arms as another. Yeah, but then I can't act. Yeah, this whole interface. I want to be able to pull this out to a separate window. No, I know. I'm just saying, like, this window is horrible. So the arms and legs end up being separate. And I want it to be the same, even though on two different armatures. Yeah, the animation window is yeah, exactly. I want to pull the animation window out separate from the inspector. Is this just not possible? Because so say for example in this animation I want to also animate the face moving. Do I have to connect that to an armature? I can't just animate the face moving. Notice it's one action. These are one action on two different armatures that I want to export as a single. All right, let's ask. We'll ask, let's see, Snabble suggested Claude. Let's try ChatGPT to start. Cloud AI, Claude. Oh, I'm just saying like, okay, but then does it all have to be one armature? Like, okay, sure, I put it on an armature, that's fine. Does it all have to be one armature now? That's what I don't understand. I have to log in to use this. All right, let's try in Blender. I would like to In Blender, I would like to Fractal MPC. I don't know that it's harder than programming. I have like 40,000 hours of programming experience, so I'm pretty good at it. So, but I have about 15 hours of Blender experience. The transfer of my ability, my programming skills seem to have zero transfer to Blender. Nobody ever wanted to use 2 armatures. Yeah, in Blender, I'd like to have one animation that uses, but it's like the export. So here's the thing. I can actually do it. Blender, I have 2 armatures on one action. This isn't gonna work. It's gonna be too specific. I would like to export an animation. I would like to export an animation into Blender that combines that uses both armatures. Yeah, ensure both armatures are correctly set up. Combine actions. If your animation is spread across multiple actions, now you can use NLA to Blender to combine actions. So I can't do that. This is like the part. Everything I look at says do this. In Omnitrix, select both armatures, holding shift and clicking on each armature. In the export settings, make sure you include the following: bake animation. Use the NLA editor to combine actions, all actions. So here's the thing. So, all right. So in my NLA editor, I have seen this. Every time it wants me to combine actions, they need to be underneath the same thing. So you'll notice I can't, because they're under 2 different ones. I feel like, all right, let's add another action here. All right, 1 second. Let's add another action. Let's click on something that's in this armature here, just to play with it. Let's go to my dope sheet. New action. Second action. We'll add in a keyframe. Hang on. There's so much. All right. I selected the wrong thing to begin with. The undo in this is also super wild to me. I only want to be able to select my armature. I need to go to pose mode. All right. Now I can, all right, move my leg. Leg armature action. All right, let's go forward 20. And it's so funny because like the whole thing, am I like overriding this other action now? It's so weird to me. All right, move you up here. It's a journey, but I can do about 80% of what you will ever need in 3D. Yeah, making the objects I'm okay with at this point. All right, so we have this. Let's go to our non-linear. I have this second one here. And I can move this separate. So now I get this little fancy back kick here. So I have my, notice it like killed this animation though. Like this is so crazy to me. I don't understand any of this. It like killed the animation here. Let's undo all the things. Edit, undo. The intuitive, I will say that there's nothing intuitive about what I'm doing. Nothing here feels intuitive at all. Right, so let's go to frame 20. I think perhaps I need to be starting on frame 20 to do what I want. Let's go back to our dope sheet. Let's go to pose mode. Let's click on this. Let's add an iframe. Let's add in here, go to frame 40. Figuring out, understanding how the tools work, how they're intended to be used is super important. No, like my animation gets destroyed the second I start doing this. I don't understand. How do I add a second action anyway? I think you're right. Someone suggested using NLA. And so I was trying to explore it to understand here. Now, the cup lives, Justin. So for the love of all that is holy, someone help me. For the love of everything. I have no idea what I'm doing. All right. Whew. All right. I have one action, two armatures. How do I get this exported as a single animation? I don't understand. It's so unintuitive. To create a new action, you have to create a copy of the old one with the little copy symbol button near the name. I know how to make an action. No, I understand how to make an action now. All right, so I select the armature. That's not the problem. I can make a new action. When I modified it, it ends up doing some other stuff. So create a new action. Is the goal to make it usable in the game engine? Yeah, so Justin, what's happening here is when I export it, I get two animations. One for my arm swing and then one for my legs. So, is there a Blender category in stream? I should go raid someone and ask them. I think this is kind of the Blender category. Art is the other one. I can't get it to come together in one animation. It doesn't make, and I don't know how to do it. I'm so confused by it. Everything I see, I'm no expert, but I export separate actions the way you are doing, and then I use the engine's animation blending feature to combine them. Okay, so I could have them run together. That's not what I've seen. So when I've taken pre-existing things, it has like the whole animation together. All right, but I can potentially, I guess you're saying I could say, run both of these animations at the same time? Is what you're suggesting I do? I create a new, what are my warnings? Polygon of mesh cylinder in asset is self-intersecting and has been discarded. Oh, okay. It's probably talking about this here. If you only ever want them together, you could just copy paste the keyframes perhaps in a new action. Well, that's not the issue. It's all one action. It is all one action here. The issue is that I have an armature for the arms and an armature for the legs because there's no body. My character has no body. And so it is exporting them. So we can observe this in the nonlinear animation that, hey, I have this run action here like this, and I can like export this and rename them by doing, you can see what happens is because it is really these two, it like flattens them out in this way. If I wanted to add in extra animations, I could do it this way as well. Let's go back in time. Yeah, so I'm trying to do something that apparently no one has ever tried to do in Blender before, which is use two armatures in a single animation. And so my complaint is, oh, well, What if I want to add a third armature to control my face, to do face animations? Do I really have to combine them all into one armature to do that? That feels it feels weird to do that. To me, as a non-blender, as a non-3D artist, as a programmer who's like, I'm trying to do modular things, keep things separated, keep my logic flow simple, and manage the complexity, it feels weird that I have to do it this way, and I can't seem to find... But one armature is what I've seen done. Yeah, but what if I so here, like, what if I have two separate objects that are like actually so here's the thing, these are like not actually connected at all together. I know, so the other thing is combining these armatures turns out is not as easy as you might want it to be. So if I select these two armatures and why can't I? There was like a combine option previously. Edit. What? Oh, it's Control J. Hang on. So if I have these two armatures together, I can't just combine them. When I combine them, they do this goofy thing. So I tried combining them. Oh, so Bruce, I'm saying I don't know anything. We don't want to use. I'm not saying I don't want to use Animation Blend. I'm saying, like, is that what I'm supposed to do? They do. I think that's really what's going on with that. But yeah, and really I don't want to combine them. It feels weird to me that I have to. All right, did I break my animation? I'm always confused with editing the armatures themselves. Yeah, so I'm very confused. Is that what we're supposed to do, though? Is take these animations and combine them together in the game engine? We could do that. I could learn how to do. I honestly don't know how to do that, but I feel like I've done some stuff like that in 2D sprite animations. Doru, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here. Also, folks, if you guys don't know, Justin Helps. He does. Go check out Justin Helps. Another incredible streamer. You usually have to, for e.g. running and reloading or not reloading at the same time. You haven't done anything for 4 days. Sometimes that happens. Thank you for the daily. Congratulations on number 27. Okay. So if I want to blend these together, that's one run action animation, one reload action animation. All right, well, let's add a dark fuel to our scene. Okay. All right, so we got ourselves a dark fuel here. Thank you for the hat. Let's get a hat added to this stack. There we go. Thank you so much for the hats. I think the assumption is one armature per character, not every animation keyframe, every bone, so they can still be independent and the game engine can blend and mask to create whatever combo you want. Yeah, so maybe I should have, now I know, question mark. Maybe I, in the future, I'll add in make the armature combined, like all one. It's just for this particular character, it didn't seem like I needed a body for it. And so the armature made sense separately at the time. All right, so we have this. Let's add in an animation, an animator. All right. We need to create and I haven't done 3D animation before, so I'm not even sure if this is right. Let's create an animation. controller. Dark fuel animation controller. Nordice, you can combine multiple NLA strips into one. So all right. Can I do it if they're on separate armatures? I've been trying to do it. If I do this, they're on separate armatures. It does not allow me to do it. Nordice, how do I do it if they're on separate armatures? So that is where I'm running into an issue. And all my Googling says, oh, combine them into a single armature. Yeah, do you know if I can do it on like this? And then I'm gonna have to add like an idle state and stuff here in a moment. Arms run. Legs run. How do I blending animations together? Do I put these, you know, can I make this one thing that runs at the same time? People seem to think yes. With two armatures, you might need a custom Unity script to sync two separate animation controllers. Dizthron, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. Maybe I just turn it into one armature and then like I have to like redo my animations and stuff. If I do that, trying to combine these into one armature is not as straightforward as just saying B1 armature. Let me make sure that their origins are the same. Set origin. Set origin. Maybe if their origins are the same, combining them. No. So even with their origins being set to the same, it's like, so I might have to just redo the armature. It feels, I'm like, I don't want to. And if I do that, and if I do an armature, do all the bones have to be connected in the armature is like another question I have. Can I have so notice they're not connected. Do I need to actually add in bones? Can I have an armature with bones that are not connected? That's another question I have. So like disconnected bone state. So like you must be able to, because the face would need to be part of that. Maybe I go in and redo the armature, and then we can redo the animation. You guys probably would like seeing that. It could be good practice for me too. So we can go back to mug with face. All right, so this is mug face. And I can delete my armature and add in a new one. Grumble, welcome in. I've been meaning to learn this properly for a long time. So that's another thing, is like learning it properly, understanding the tools. I'm sure these tools make sense in some ways. Yeah, so we can let's come in here. Let's delete my armatures. Okay. Let's save as mug face armature adventures. A good practice for me to redo the inverse kinematics on it too, I think. If I delete the armature, do I lose? Things get a little bit wonky here. So let's go in, we're gonna delete our armature. Well, that's not helpful. I can just click over to it. All right, get rid of our armature here. probably need to get rid of our animation as well. Let's go back to our animation. Mouth, no action. Remove empty tracks. Let's go to our... All right, so we have none here now. We have walk and run. Are those attached to anything? They're not. Why? How do I get rid of that? Walk, run. Does anyone know? So this is wild to me. I have these here now. I suppose I can click on something and attach them, and then in my editor here, arms, I can delete this animation like that. No, I can't. How do I get rid of this? I've done it before. Like in maddening. There are things that are maddening about this. Unlink. Like, how do I delete an action? It's not connected to anything. Tell it don't save. All right, don't save. Ah, that's what the F. So it's saying it's not has 0 things it's connected to. 0. It's connected to 0 things. It's saying, hey, this thing is not used anywhere. At least we know that. All right. Let's get my arms and legs positioned properly, and I've lost. I've lost some things. Edit, undo, original. All right, back at the original. I want to delete all of my actions. Lost some. There it is. That's weird. I hit something, now I don't see action editor. It says F for fake. Remove it. So it's not attached to anything. I've lost my timeline. Oh, I'd have to be an animation, I think. So like this still exists somehow? Is it part of my... Even though I'm so confused about these different tools. Oh, these have been like pulled out into... All right, let's delete you. Let's delete you. Let's remove empty animation tracks. Okay. We still have these actions. I don't know how to get rid of them. They're not attached to anything. If I hit play, nothing happens. Let's come into my layout. Let's get rid of my armatures. I'm with you on the maddening part. Operations Blender are very sensitive to context. Yeah, which object is selected, whether you're in object or edit pose. Maybe more, and it's not clear to me where data lives. I always feel like I'm strapping on some armor to do battle when I want to do something new in Blender. So at very least, I feel for you. Yeah, so this is why I've been afraid. You know, I've avoided Blender 3D stuff because it feels really complex. I think a big part of that is I'm so inexperienced. I need to have those battle hours, those hours learning. I need to put in my time to be able to actually know what I'm doing beyond guessing and watching tutorial videos. I think it goes the same for a lot of different ways, a lot of different things. Nordice, I got your video. That video doesn't work. That the actions in that video, I don't know if you're still here, Nordice. I see your video. That doesn't work if you have multiple armatures. Yeah, so it doesn't work if you have multiple armatures. So I tried that video. Know your skill should fit. So like I gotta practice. Fresh meat, welcome in. Great to see you, my friend. Congratulations on your number 29. Let's go. Let's go. So I'm wondering if there's like a nice way to detach the armature, but we're just gonna unlink that. And then we're gonna unlink the other armature as well. And what's interesting is the way it like reset everything. Oh, my cup is super high. Oh, I moved my cup up. That will make the system click into mixing, but I've never discovered what it is. How many hours do you have in Blender, Justin? I'm just curious. So with programming, I have like 40,000 hours of programming, I'm pretty sure. Some ridiculous number of programming hours. And so a lot of concepts just take time to click. Also, Fatty Hero, thank you so much for the follow. Fatty Hero, thank you for following. Thank you for following me. Thank you so much for the follow, Whimsically Made. Oh, Captain has become a visual artist, huh? Captain, here. This animation, github.io. Oh, come on, why did it? Oh, here it is. This has been my Blender experience. This here has been my Blender experience. This is how I feel using Blender. It's like, I can't make anything happen. For what it's worth. So, visual artist, sure. Something like that. Okay. Let's move these up. The Captain artist. All right, I do think I have learned some things. All right, so I've learned some things. All right, we got this back up. All right, let's add in one armature. So my question is, can I add in an armature? A single armature that has bones that are not all connected, right? So that sort of is a thing I want to know if I can do. This is when you practice visual program for now, programming those verts. I had a lot of fun. We did do it. Bobby Coding, I'm doing absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for asking, Bobby. Welcome to the stream. Bobby Coding. What you been coding, my friend? What you been working on? All right, let's add in some bones. I'm gonna hide this. It's glitch. If it's not a bug, if the glitches are intentional. Perfect. That's what you want to hear is that, oh, well, those bugs are intentional. In the center of the figure, we're going to find out. What if I don't want, I want them to be completely separate. I don't want them to affect anything. I think I can do this. All right, we're going to add in an armature. So my question is, can I add bones? Let's rotate this bad boy down. 180. Let's scale it. Scale. Let's switch to our side view. See, look, I'm getting better. Look at me. Look how easy that was to navigate. If we are talking about rigged animation in Blender, I have maybe less than 20 hours all working with pre-existing artist made. Exactly, Justin. So that's why I'm saying, like, I bet if I use it long enough, I think I'm gonna, after this game jam, I think I'm gonna force myself to do more 3D stuff just to get better at this tool. My students really want to do a 3D art class, and I can't teach it because I just don't know what I'm doing. Is really what it comes down to. I actually wanted to, so I think I can have totally separated bones in the fall. I think I can do it. Let's add in a bone coming down. Yeah, switch into this view here. Here's an annoying thing. I clicked extrude and then I canceled it, but I still got an extrusion. This feels like a bug. This feels like a bug here. Connie with the raid. Connie Dev, thank you for raiding. Thank you for raiding me today. We got Connie Dev. Thank you so much. And then we got Le Hero. Le Hero with the hat. Thank you for the hat. 4 hats deep. 4 hats, 4 times the power. Connie with another hat. Let's get another hat added to this stack here. There it is. There it is. Boom. Easy. Easy. Thank you so much for the hats. When you extrude, you automatically extrude plus move. Not sure if that's an yeah, when I hit cancel, it only cancels the actual extrusion, so you have to undo twice. And then because you have to it's hard to know if when I've actually undone it. Thank you again for the hat. Let's get another hat. Flavius with another hat. Let's go. Thank you for the hat, Redeem. Welcome in, Raiders. Happy to have you here. Connie, how was your stream? Canny? I always say Connie. Tell us all about it. What were you working on? Folks, be sure to give Canny Dev a follow if you got a raid and run. No worries, my friend. What's the heaviest hat you have? I think this one is actually... This one's pretty heavy. It's like really thick hide leather. So it's like very rigid. It's not soft. It's not felt. This is like an actual leather hat. So it's pretty heavy. Either that one or... This one's pretty heavy too. This hat's pretty... It's got some heft to it. This hat here's got some heft to it. But this hat, we saved this one. We say, oh, we got another hat. Let's get another hat on here. Thank you for the hat. There we go. Full box. Thank you for the hat. Made bit overlay dev, currently reworking it completely and clean it up after 3/4 of a year of Godot dev. I think I can make it now clean and shiny. Very nice. I missed another hat. Sorry about that. Let's get it. Oh, we'll get it here. For my mistake, let's get a hat. Oh, hang on. Temptic, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I missed. Let's get a hat. And then Temptic, you know what I'm going to do for you? Points and Temptic. We're just going to give you that hat for free, my friend. Thank you so much for the hat, Redeem. Thank you. Sorry about missing it. Sometimes things get a little bit crazy here. It's okay. I miss them sometimes. I miss them. Welcome into the stream, everybody. We are blendering. We're trying to blender. All right, so I want to extrude this straight down. And then we're going to extrude a foot out this way as well. So we get ourselves this foot. So here's a thing that is also frustrating. I want to have this, I'm going to symmetrize this. This is an interesting quirk of this. To duplicate this, I have to name them in a very particular way. It's going to be our left leg upper. It's going to be our left leg lower. Let's see if I can get this right. I've done this a couple times now. And this is going to be our left foot. Okay, so we have this armature here. I want to symmetrize it. I need to update my what command. I'm learning Blender is what I should have said. For Learn You a Game Jam, I'm learning Blender. There's still time left to join. If anyone doesn't know, Learn You a Game Jam's going on. You still have 10 days, so plenty of time to learn something. $1,050 in prizes. The prizes are not awarded for making a game. The prizes are awarded for telling us what you learned, creating a little blog, little written thing saying what you learned during the game jam. The optional theme is only one inventory slot. So I'm trying to make a character here. This is my character is the inventory. So this is going to be the inventory. Your character carries things inside of it. So this is who you're going to play as Darkfuel here. But not for a game jam, but for an overlay, I bet that sadly doesn't count. It doesn't have to be a video game. I know it's called a game jam. You can make a board game. You can make just a web app. It doesn't have to be a game. It just happens to be on a website where it's called a game jam. So Temptic totally qualifies. Totally qualifies. Yeah. So if you want to submit to the game jam, you should just call it a jam. It's on itch. Like, where else am I going to host it? That sounds like a game too. Exactly. Interaction. Define game. Define game is really what it comes down to. All right, so I want to symmetrize this. All right, we have to name it properly first. Then I can select these. And we can select symmetrize. But you'll notice it didn't actually... I create a second thing. So it did create two. It symmetrizes around this origin point. So now I actually have to set, let's undo that. And the undo in this program is insane. So we're gonna undo that. Get a 5-hour stream on Git, I'm struggling. You want natural flavors. Git's a little bit of a... the basics are not too bad, but using it with other things can be a little bit harder. Connie's leaving a lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Have a beautiful day, my friend. Get some rest. Take care of yourself. Self-care is very, very important. Git.commit, git.abort. Yeah, kind of. If you're using it by yourself, it's not too bad. Okay, so I need this object here. The origin needs to be around where I want to do my pivot. Okay, so what I do to do this is I move my cursor to the center of the universe. I could move it to the center of my object. Let's make it so I can select my cylinder here. Cylinder. All right, so I want to actually move my cursor to selection. Now it's in the center of... Oh, I did the wrong thing. I want to move my cursor... Stop. Cursor to selected. Now I'm in the center here. Is 200 commits behind? Yeah, it happens. The merge conflicts can be a little bit awkward. I have my students just practice committing, pushing, syncing, commit, push, pull, and just between the two of us, right? And then later on in the year, I usually have them do teams. All right, so we have our armature here. I need to set the origin of this. So now this thing's origin's in the center. It's a little bit awkward to do. And now, why did that happen? Hang on. Set origin. When I go to edit, it moves it back there. That's really weird. Set origin. Okay. Weird. Clear. Reset. Clear transform. Like a clear or an apply. What the heck is going on? That's so weird. See, things like this, I don't understand why going into edit mode. I modified my origin. And then when I switch to edit mode, do I need to modify it here? Set origin. I don't think I can. Set origin to my cursor. So notice I set my origin here. Now if I go into edit mode for some reason, it moves the whole thing down here. That's super weird. I don't want my origin to be there. When I enter edit mode, it's setting my origin back to this position. Like that feels so awkward to me. I'm just trying to understand all of these behaviors. Did I have multiple things selected? Pose mode, edit mode. Why is it moving? Blender, entering edit mode, moves origin. Move the origin in edit mode. You can follow these steps. It's not really what I want to do. I have so many things open here. How did I do this before? All right, let's start over. I hate that I keep having to start over to get these things to work. This is good practice for me, though. All right. Want to add in an armature. Align to world. Okay. Armature. Rotate 180. Before I do this, let's set my origin here. Let's see. Okay, so I want... Let's move my cursor to the world origin. Let's try this. Let's set origin. I'm in edit mode.
Whoa.
Spaghetti Code Factory, thank you for raiding me today. Spaghetti Code Factory. Spaghetti Code Factory, folks, is working on Captain Coder's Learning a Game Jam. How did your progress go today? What did you manage to get finished? Spaghetti Code, thank you so much for the raid. If you got a raid and run, no worries, my friend. I know how it is. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If I set... Oops. Oh, I really messed that up. I was in a different window and I hit F3. F3. Let me do it now. Rotate 180. See, it let me set the origin now. Was it because... All right, let's try going back. Selecting this object. Set cursor to selected. Set the origin. Yeah, it just works now. I don't know. So that is such a weird behavior. It lets me do it now. All right, let's grab this. We'll rotate 180. We'll pull this down on the Z-axis here. Let's bring this up a little bit on the Z-axis. Let's go to our side view. Hello! Luna, how you doing, friend? Welcome back to the stream. What have you been working on? Let's get this over here. Let's extrude down. Let's extrude out. I guess I don't need to do that, just on the not x-axis. Okay. Let's name these. This is going to be our left upper left leg upper, left leg lower, left foot. Made a bit of progress, Spaghetti Code. Redesigned my base tiles from scratch again because there were a few people wanting to know how it's done in the Game Jam channel. Also managed to clarify the objective and core game loop. Let's go. Unfortunately, I couldn't use the mic for too long. I'm excited for sure. I'm excited to see your progress, see what you end up coming with, and see your blog. Just chilling a bit before continuing to practice on translating a video subtitle. Nice, just chilling, relaxing, maxing, all cool, hanging out, playing b-ball outside the school. Great to have you here, everybody. Okay, so now that I have this, with it named properly, Spaghetti Code Cat Factory, we've been going back. I couldn't get the animations into my tool. They were coming in, so you'll notice my animation here. They were separate. My animations, I'd export them. Here's my guy over here. And they were coming in as two different animations. So I have the leg animation. And then we'd have the arm animation. Even though I'd put them together, and so we're online, it seemed to suggest that they needed to be on the same armature. So like the arms and legs are separate armature structures in Blender. And I couldn't get them to export as a single animation. And so we're going back and we're rebuilding our bone structure here. I'm gonna see if I can combine these armatures into a single armature that is not connected. So I want to have an armature for my face and my legs so that the face can animate while we're running. Maybe even make it so the body can bounce up and down while we're running. So that's what I'm doing right now. That is what I'm doing. So I'm in the process of doing, I'm having some fun and fun frustration, but we can symmetrize here. Okay. I want to add in another bone that is not connected. Oh, we can do that. We can do that. Check this out. I know how to do that, actually. I know how to extrude a bone. Did you follow a tutorial to get this far? I followed a couple different tutorials, and I'm trying to do it without tutorials to like reinforce the knowledge. Just enough. So I did start with the tutorial. But if you just keep following, in my experience, this is where tutorial hell happens. People follow a tutorial, they do that thing, and they just copy it, and then they don't try and reapply it in different ways. So I'm trying to reapply it. Yeah, so this is what I've done from scratch here. All right, so I know I can do this. Check this out. So these bones, let's Alt P. All right, this bone actually doesn't have a parent. So we can have a separate bone here in our armature. Okay. So we can do what I want. Let's go back to our front view. Or back. Back would be fine. Let's get this up here. Okay, so this is progress here. And then I'll be able to add an armature to the face as well. Exactly, Justin. Got to do a little bit of mix in there to make it work. All right, and let's bring this out like this. We'll bring that out here. So we do, hang on, I forgot to lock this. Let's do the rotation. Let's make sure the rotation on this. Clear rotation. I'm not sure there is any rotation on it. I want to make sure that I want to make sure it's going straight out. Let's come to the top view. See how it's not quite aligned there? I want these 2 points to be, this one actually does need to be a little bit back actually for the elbow joint when I go to do the inversing kinematics. But I do want this to be aligned to start out. So I want this on my, I believe this is Y to be 0. And then I want the Z on these two to be the same. That looks correct. All right, and then I can extrude one more time here, just on the X-axis. And one more time on the X-axis here. I don't intend writing to translation. I usually read and translate in my mind, but since I was so loving that video, got fired up. Nice. What video are you watching, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to share if that's too personal. Okay, so we got these arms here. We got to rename these. So this is going to be left arm upper, left arm lower, and really this is the right arm, but I'm just going to go with it now. I'm just realizing left hand like this. So now I'm going to select these bones and I'm going to do symmetrize. Okay, I'm feeling better about this. So we can have these not connected, which is great. I kind of want, it'd be cool to make my mug be able to lean back and forth. So I think I want to add a bone. Oh, sweet. Shift A just adds a new unparented bone. I was gonna say, I kind of want to add a bone into my mug here so it can like sort of rotate around. I want my mug to be able to rotate, lean forward, that sort of thing. Without bending. Maybe we do want it to be a little bit bendy, but I can just add this in here and we can call this body. And put it sort of in the middle here. And the body should be connected to the face, right? So when the body leans forward, I'm curious. This is me learning some new stuff here. This is going to be curious. I'm curious about what's about to happen here. Let's go into our front view. Right view. I want to extrude this out just on the Y here. And I'm curious if I were to... Do I actually need that? Hang on. I'm curious. Let's attach. All right, let's try and combine these armatures now. Tawny, welcome back. I hope your adventures went well. We're in the process of rebuilding our armature. Ooh. This is super interesting. Because I only want... Yeah, I'm on day 4. This has been brutal. So... Maybe, yeah, so kind of like my intro screen, the mugs kind of have like this wiggle to them. We'd have to add in some joints on the mug itself. Ooh, that sounds cool, Luna. That sounds really cool. One of my favorite cartoons of all time was Dragon Warrior, or Dragon Quest. When I was a kid, it's called Dragon Warrior in the US. Dragon Quest is an animated series. We are on like, I think 9 or 10 hats right now. And there's a Japanese cartoon that only like 13 episodes got translated into English. And it took until my adult life for someone to actually translate it. So I'm wondering here, this is interesting. With automatic weight. Okay. What's interesting is I want these to move. I need to learn about weights, apparently. I want these to be not attached. You'll notice when I rotate my rig. Oh, maybe I need to go into pose mode. Hang on. Let's try something. Okay, so it doesn't affect that. Cool. Let's go back into object mode. I'm curious here. We're gonna attach grab my, oh, I have to Control P, automatic weights. I'm curious. Let's go back into pose mode. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Let's attach the body to this. We could see if we could get some elastic looking stuff going on. I think I'd have to add in some cuts to get the elasticity on the cup. That would be really cool though. Let's go back into object mode. I want to really the face needs to be attached as well. I think we need to make sure we select all of our face. Should move this armature into its own thing. Armature. All right. Get the face, get the mask, get the armature. So this will be interesting. Let's go into pose mode. That looks funky. That looks so weird. Look at that. It looks funky. All right, so this is telling me that my armature, I need to add a couple more things to my armature, specifically to attach like the face so it can move a little bit independently. We can't, and that is not what I want at all. So there are some connections here. I need to understand weights better to be able to do this part, I think. Yeah, there's a little bit. I'm gonna have to do something to keep them independent from each other, right? Okay. I don't know how to go undo to where I was. Every time you click something in Blender, it gets added to your undo menu, by the way. All right, so now we're no longer connected there. We are connected here. We are connected there. We might actually need to add in. I want the body to be only connected to this. All right, I think we need to add in a few little things here. You go to wireframe mode, it's on top left, the ball that looks, yeah, I can turn wireframe mode on. Why? Jotson, this is for the jam. This is for the jam. We are working on learning Blender, so I want to learn Blender for the jam. Turn my reference off here. You're going to need to put some more mesh on the Z-axis. Oh, I see. You're just saying like add more mesh stuff. I want the body to be connected to this armature, but it to be like not dependent. So I think there's just weights I have to do that. I also think that really for my face, it needs to be like a second armature. So there's something interesting about that. So here's my face pieces. Here's my cylinder. I cannot win the jam. Well, I guess people could rank my game, but I can't win prizes. I won't be winning any prizes. If you want to get to bend forward or backward, you're going to need to add some more geometry. Well, I know I didn't actually want it to bend forward. I want it to be rigid, but be able to move. I want it to actually be rigid. I don't want it to bend that way. It does bend, right? I don't want it to bend at all. I want it to rotate with this here. Is what I want. In that case, you'd be able to just link the mesh to the bone. Here's what happens when I do that. It does deform. And this is me probably not understanding how weights work. So notice it also deforms like this. So I don't understand how weights work. So I'm wondering if I can add it. Yeah, I'm wondering exactly how to do that. Waken Bacon, welcome to the stream. That's because you have weights. You probably want to remove the weights. Yeah, I don't know how. So this is mostly new to me. Waken Bacon, what a fun name. Every day, you know I like to wake and bacon today. I just realized what wake and bake means. I was thinking it was like cook bacon, but apparently I'm saying, all right, so out of context, that feels really weird, but wake and bacon, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Hope you have a beautiful day. It's like Cheap Grams. I didn't realize we had one of the people that hangs out here is named Cheap Grams, and I didn't realize what that meant. Until recently, and I'm just realizing now. All right, so I need to adjust the weights. Exceeded expectations by making it musical. Glad to have you here, my friend. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm wondering if the way we set the weights. All right, let me dimple. Bone. Bendy bones. Okay, so there's like things we can do. Deform. We can adjust a variety of different things here. Let me undo. Welcome to the stream. I'm learning a little bit of Blender for my Learn You a Game Jam. So we have a game jam going on. I'm going to encourage you to learn something new here if you can. If you'd like to join the game jam, you can. You don't have to, but we're having a lot of fun here. Lots of people participating, lots of prizes to be had. You win by learning in this game jam, and I am currently learning how to, trying to learn how to use Blender a little bit. Let's undo until I don't have these lines anymore. Every time you click on anything, that becomes a Blender action, which I find fascinating. You don't actually have to edit anything. All right, let's try again. Oh, it's armature deform. Parent to bone. That's probably what I needed to do. I had it set up as a deform. Let's go into pose mode now. All right, I have too much selected. Let's go back. Okay. I'm adding it as like a deform. Progress. I don't have those selected, which is interesting. All right, let's try this. Control P. Bone. Why do those... Oh, I know why they move. You want to know why they move? The mirror... They're mirrored. This is set to mirror around the center of this object. So it actually makes sense, kind of. So those mirror around the center of the mug. So of course they move if this moves. I might need to just apply. What's interesting is if I apply this, they will no longer be mirrored, but I lose the ability to edit them like simultaneously. So maybe I do that, and I'm okay with it. I just want the body to be able to move independent of other things. Okay. I think that's what we got to do, though. All right, let's go back into our object mode. Let's select these things. Deselect that. And we need to... What's going to be kind of painful about this, I think we have to go through and manually apply all of our modifiers. So you'll see we have this mirror modifier. And I wish there was a way to do it to all. Waken, no worries. The nuisance being 4 of the 9 days remaining, I will be working at 12-hour days. That sounds brutal. Sounds brutal. No worries. I hope you'll still consider learning something new. I do like the secret theme, though. Yeah, so I am making a character that is a mug, and they are the inventory slots. So you're going to be carrying things inside of the character. That's the idea I have, at least. Lunar, easiest way to weight the selected part is to do the following. Select the armature, shift click onto the meshes you'd want to weight. Go into weight paint mode. Select the bone you want to weight to 5. Use the gradient tool to make everything red. Lunar, Luna VRC, welcome to the stream. If I don't want it to deform, all right, so I actually don't want it to deform, but that's good information to know. I don't want it to deform. I want it to stay static. I'm gonna add a second armature for the face here, I think. I do have it connected to that bone now. I need to make it so that way I'm not mirroring. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. I don't know if that's the best way to do that. It's like remove the mirror, or if there's another way I can make it. I wonder if I can just make it mirror rather than being around this object, mirror around like the center. Maybe I mirror around the origin. Because I could set the origin there. That might be what I do, rather than have it mirror around the object. We could change, or we could add something like right in the middle of this thing. Hang on, let's undo that. I think I'm gonna do that. All right, so let's, for our mug, let's move our, I think my cursor happens to be in the middle currently. Let's move my cursor to selected, yep. Let's add an empty. And then we'll call this reflection point. Let's go to my arms here. And we'll make this around the reflection point. I hate that I have to do this everywhere. So for all of these objects, I'm gonna have to come in and redo this for all of them. Reflection point. Because I can't do like a mass edit as far as I'm aware. I might be able to combine these into one object and then do it. All right, so now I think the arm, if I go into pose mode, yeah. And I just haven't finished or something. Did I miss? Let's go back into object mode. Yeah, it's still around that. Oh, I didn't actually change these is what was happening. Apparently copy paste for those doesn't work. I have this as my reflection point now. So it's like the center of the mug. So now I think that we won't, and maybe I actually don't want that. We're gonna find out when I go to animate this how weird it feels. But yeah, now we'll move like that. You see the face, the way the face is reflecting is very similar to that. I think that'll be okay. We're gonna make the face be connected in a way. Let's do, for our leg component as well, we're gonna have this be around reflection point. Reflection point. Reflection point. This feels painful. I accidentally hit flip on that one. Okay. Reflection point. Reflection point. delete that. Okay. So now I think if I select my armature, go into pose mode, I can move that around, but independent of the arms. So the arms I want to be able to move. Maybe they shouldn't be. Like now I'm not sure if that's actually what I want. If the body's moving, is that really what I want? Can I parent this? That's really what I want, I think. So this, I went the wrong way, maybe? Interesting. Bone relative? Huh. Let's undo all of that. The make parents here don't seem to be doing what I expect them to do. In our edit mode, connected. Yikes, that's not what I want. So I think I need to do something like this. Where these end up being in the same spots. I'm gonna extrude this out here. Would have been better maybe to just have these connected from the get-go. But I'm learning as we go. Let's go to our top. Okay. Now select both of those. Alt P. Oh, I can't connect that way. Alt P. Clear parent. Disconnect bone. I want to connect a bone. All right, so I'm gonna have to look that up. How do we connect a bone? I don't want to connect these two things together. Connect. Bone. Separate bones, connect. Bone, single bone, active bone, dissolve bone, bone collection, move to bone collection, assign to collection. What are some different options I have here? How connect two bones. All right, let's look it up. Blender, connect two bones. Select the bone you want to connect and then its parent and press Control P. Choose connected to keep offset depending on what you're doing. So they're not in the same parent. Select the bone you want to connect and then its parent. Press P to parent the bones. All right, so I would do connected. Control P, keep offset. Okay. Okay. There we go. That's what I want. All right, so it's not connected, but they're not right next to each other, but they're connected. So we connect. All right, so connect this and this. Keep offset. So now they're connected from that point. And if I go into my pose mode, they move together. Sweet. I'm assuming I kind of want to do the same thing for the legs. I'm not sure I actually want to. I think the legs, I want them to sort of just like float down beneath so I can do weird things with them. Kind of feel that way with the arms too. So I'm a little nervous about that because now if I move, oh, I can move the arm. Cool. That's super interesting. All right, let's connect these as well then. And we can move the, we can still have the legs move independently, it looks like. Keep offset. Yeah. All right, learned something new. I've learned a bunch of new stuff. All right, now if I rotate, that I think was what why I really didn't want them to be connected. The rotation on the legs is, I don't want the rotation. So I want, when I lean forward, I want the legs to stay in the same spot. All right, so we're gonna undo those. Go into pose mode. Okay. But I want the arms to sort of stay put when I rotate my mug forward. So like if I'm running, my plan is to rotate forward a little bit. And then I want the legs. Oh, X is where I want to rotate forward. And then the, okay, cool. Let's add in a face. Some face bones? I'm not sure how to do that. We could also just have the face connected to this here, this middle bone. That might be the easiest thing to do for now, and then we can disconnect them later. I want them to be able to move around. I'm not sure what type of armature to do for faces. Maybe I'll watch a tutorial video on that later today. For now, I want these to be connected to this bone. I need to be in object mode. Let me select the armature. Select my face. Select my armature. We are going to connect to bone. If I go into my pose now, the face moves with it. And if I rotate, all right, let's go. Feeling pretty good about this. Feeling pretty good about it. Okay, so we can do this pose. Now I need to add in the inverse kinematic to the hand, add in an elbow, same with the knees, so that we can move the arms and legs independently. We do need to take a break. We've been going for almost a little bit over 90 minutes at this point. So we're gonna take a quick break. Should we take it? Should I end the stream? I gotta decide. I got some stuff I gotta get done today. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Let's keep going because I haven't done inverse kinematics on the stream yet. So we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna come back. We'll probably go for another 45 minutes, maybe an hour, maybe another 90 minutes. We'll see what happens. But don't go anywhere. I'll be right back, everybody. Hang tight. Ryazy, welcome back to the stream. Thank you so much for the work and lurk. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Hope you're having a beautiful week. We are blendering it up here. Let's get a hat on. My hair is a mess. So I gotta get a hat on top. It's not that bad. Feels like it's a mess. Get another hat on here. Redeem my own hat. There we go. Let's get that hat started. Jormunder, let's get a second hat on here. So yeah, I didn't even need to redeem my own hat. Thank you, Jormunder. I appreciate it. All right, so we're about to do some inverse kinematics. Welcome back to the stream, by the way. Hope you're having a beautiful day. We just added in, we're learning about Blender. This is like, I redid my rig here. Rerid my rig. My animations, I had 2 separate rigs before. My dog wants out of the room now. They really want it in the room now. I think I gotta get out of here. I gotta get it. It's too loud. Too loud. Okay, bye. Mug's looking great. Yeah, so, I mean, the hair's not bad. Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad, Luna. So my animation, I made like this running animation. Every time I show up, he's inverse kinematics and I quiver a bit. Yeah, we're about to do it in. TG Khalil, welcome to the stream, folks. Do you know TG Khalil? They just rated us. TG Khalil, thank you so much for rating the captain today. TG, what were you working on, folks? Give TG a follow. Go check him out. TG, let me give you a permission real quick. Permit, TG. Got any links to share with it? Feel free to drop them. If you got a raid and run, also, no worries, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. Stony Eagle with the hat. Let's get a hat added to the stack. Boom. For anyone who's new here, Raiders, welcome in. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a Captain Coder. And Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for age 10 to 14. I happen to be on summer break. We're gonna hat overflow. That's right. We happen to be on summer break. I'm running a game jam right now. Captain Coder's learning you a game jam. There's still 10 days left in this game jam with over $1,000 in prizes with some incredible sponsors here. There's 10 days left. Plenty of time to learn. You don't actually win by submitting the best game. You win by learning and submitting a blog about what you learned. And just by submitting a blog, joining in, you're entered into our raffle. There's a raffle. 5 people win $50 each. And then we have some bigger prizes for people who are doing more. My camera system, second favorite. I'm feeling that way. It's gonna take me all 10 days just to make this guy animate. I got him running, but I had him on 2 different rigs, and it really blendered. I can't figure out if I'm able to even get that to export as a separate animation. So we have this here, but it's 2 animations, one for the arms, one for the legs, and I really want it to just be one animation for those 2 things. So we had this, so we're redoing our rig. We're gonna add inverse kinematics. I think I got so this was using inverse kinematics. I think I got it down for arms, elbows. I think I got it down for knees, kind of. At least I got it working the way I wanted to. We're gonna play around with it a little bit. Juiced, sure. Thank you so much for following, Juiced. Ha ha, master of the universe, thank you for following me. Never tried merging rigs aside from a few plug-in rigs. I couldn't get them to combine for the legs and arms, so I ended up just scrapping it, and we added in a new rig here. And we gotta practice here, so it's all about practicing, and my new rig is a little bit better. I like to think it's better, because now we have like a body, this center part, so we can actually have our mug moving around a little bit with us like this. But we're about to add in the inverse kinematics part to it, which I don't think will be too bad. There's a few steps, and I'm gonna see if I can get Symmetrize to work with it as well for the inverse kinematics. I wasn't able to get that working previously, but I'm gonna see if I can get the symmetry. I might still have to still combine all of it in there. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the top here. We're gonna move our elbow point back just a hair. All right, so we're gonna move this back on the y-axis here, just a hair, like that. We're gonna create a point here that extrudes just on the y. We're gonna deparent it. There's a lot of steps to this, it's wild. We are going to move this back pretty far. So I'm understanding what the pole means now. The pole says, when I start passing this point, that's where rotations begin to happen. So if the pole's not far enough back, the elbow bends kind of funny. And you also need to kind of have it high so that when you're running, you can't see me because my camera's not high enough. When you're running, it's sort of like, where is the angle at which my arm starts rotating things? My camera, I got to zoom out a little bit more so we can see that. But yeah, sort of where is the pole is sort of, so we have this thing here and it says the pole's back here and you kind of want it up. Otherwise the arm starts trying to rotate towards it. So it needs to be back far enough now. Same with the knee. When the leg is moving, we need to be like kind of up and behind it. And we can play around. I'll show you that. I'm understanding the pole quite a bit better for inverse kinematics now. Not perfect. There's still a little bit of magic and mystery to it. He's becoming a pro. I just like to know what the heck I'm doing. What's going on here. So we have this one here. We're going to rename this. It's going to be our left elbow IK. And then we're going to add in another one here. We're going to extrude out here on the x-axis. And this bone here, let's unparent it. Clear parent. And I'm going to pull it out like this as well. And we're going to call this one our left hand IK. Like this. All right, so we have these two things here, and we're going to be connected to these. We're going to be connecting to these. I use blueprints, which I understand, so I'm having trouble with figuring out where to put my nodes and scripts in Godot. It's starting to click. Yeah, Godot is interesting. I haven't used Unreal, but it's quite a bit different than Unity. I don't know what Unreal uses, but Unity uses what's called an entity component system. Godot doesn't use that, and it's actually a little bit more flexible because it doesn't. You can enforce one yourself, but you don't have to. So I think that's better, maybe. It's better for small projects, certainly. I don't think it's better for complex projects. As things grow, how you do things in Unity there's a consistency to it. Godot, it's sort of a little bit more sandboxing. Gotcha. Yeah, so Godot doesn't do that, but you can manually do it. So that's sort of what I did in Godot. I was like, oh, okay, I'm understanding this. Let's go ahead and do this. All right, let's come into our pose mode here, and we're gonna add in a kinematic here to this bone. This is the bone that we want the kinematic on. And so there's different ways we can do it. We're going to add in an IK constraint to it here. And we're going to connect it to our armature. And then our hand here, left hand. Oh, hang on. I need to, before I do this, I need to make these symmetric. I need to symmetrize these. Okay, before I do anything else, we need to symmetrize, so we have those over there as well. Okay. Child can be like a component type of system. So let me show you. I think I even have Godot open right now. This isn't the right project, actually. Let me go into my other project. Is there an open? Can I just open a new project from here? Open scene. I can't. Let me get Godot. Let me show you what I mean. Because I think it's super useful for managing complexity as the game grows. I created a little game in Godot a few weeks ago. Okay. I think this is the project that's loading. Give me a second here. So it's not necessarily a child scene. This is, okay, there we go. All right, so we made this game. This little game here. So we made a game here. All right, let me get the audio going for you. So we made this Tofu Land game. I haven't finished this actually. We're in the middle of doing this little thing here. Let me move my character and my main scene back to the beginning of the level. My mouse is driving me crazy. My scroll wheel on my mouse is messed up. Let's move the main player back to the beginning of the game. Okay. So we can look at my player. A node can be a component. It can be a game object. A node is something that's like in the game world, but your nodes can be scenes as well. So if I go to my Tofu Man, you'll see that I have lots of nodes on it. And I have done what I would refer to as an entity component system, where I have, in Godot, every node can have exactly one script attached to it. So I created these nodes that were a character controller, animation controller, movement controller, player controller, stomp, enemy attack behavior. So these are like little tiny, if we look at the scripts, they're very, very small. I'm not sure, Rio. Good question. Does anyone know? Rio's asking, in Godot, do I have to add a camera 2D to be able to manipulate the resolution? I don't think so, actually. I think that's done in the project settings. Camera. Or view, window. This is where you would set your resolution, I believe. Yeah, this is where I did it. You can change these values here. And then, you can adjust it here for how big the resolution is. The camera, I think, uses that. So I don't think you have to add one. But yeah, second favorite. So I personally don't like my scripts to be big. So every single script here is on its own behavior, and then it references the things it needs to. So a living behavior here, that's funny. It's actually a subclass of a respawn timer. Stomp enemy, it has these are the things it needs to function. And then during different sections, I call out to this thing. So when this thing starts up, we connect it here. So rather than having one big script for my player, I've separated out into a bunch of smaller scripts that in my mind are easier to manage and more composable. I could go, oh, now I want to put a player controller over here. We just attach the player controller and it works. Even though now I have maybe I create a different character, have a character that has like a flying ability. I can still have all of the same behaviors, but I don't have to rewrite it. So if I want to communicate from my player to my node in an outside scene, I do a call observe. Exactly. So an example of where I've done that would be in my, I have my overlay. Let's see if I can go find my overlay. My overlay scene has information about this button. So there's this button here that we press, and it like pauses the game when you click it. You can adjust the volume and stuff. And this operates on signals. So you'll notice there's a signal on it. And it just listens for the signal. Axel, no problem. Come on in. Welcome to the stream. Just going around asking people questions. My PC's been turning on and off under heavy loads. Oof, I cleaned it, done everything with cables, etc. inside the case. I stress test it with OCCT. I'm not sure what that is. And it turns off when I do the PSU test. What's worse is I spent $1,000 on someone I thought was my friend to help me get the GPU, and he blocked me and took a girl's because he wanted to. Okay, a little too much information there, but I don't know if anyone can help you fix that over like Twitch chat. I'm sorry that happened to you. It sounds like, in my mind, it sounds like you have a overheating failsafe issue. Usually if your PC turns itself off, that's usually needs more walls of text. Graham, welcome in. Usually, not always, usually when your computer's turning itself off like that, that's usually a fail-safe mechanism, often associated with heat. Often associated with heat on the inside. I would ask, when I would start debugging, the first thing I might do would be to see does my system have a internal temperature monitor. Most systems come with that, and you can turn it on and you can watch the temperature in whatever your operating system is. We need more hats, Graham. You have the power, my friend. You have the power. So I would say, see if you can check the internal temperature, see if there's tools that you can monitor the temperature and watch and see if it's getting to a critical. You could also go into the BIOS and check out if there are options in there for like fail-safe CPU. That's usually, you'll reserve your power for later. Good call. Good call. You know the stream's coming to an end soon. You know. Graham knows better. Graham, it's great to see you. I hope you've been well, my friend. I've been doing wonderful. Calorb, thank you for the hat. Let's get another hat on this stack. See, Calorb's just like, look, not enough hats. Let's get more hats added to the stack. Thank you for the hat. Thank you for the hat. Let's zoom on out. Axel, I hope that helped a little bit, and good luck with that. You may need to bring it somewhere, specifically someone who might be able to help. Over the internet, it's really hard to debug like that. All right, so we're going to add in some IK here. So let's come down, let's go to pose mode. And I'm going to I don't know, apply changes to the match bone on opposite side of the x-axis. I think we can do it this way. You're welcome. No, we try and have fun here. Thank you so much for coming in. You could also try asking on the Discord if you want. I don't know if anyone will be able to help you there. There's a lot of programmers. That's more of a hardware thing. I'm following a good tutorial, but instead of just doing things along, I'm pausing an experiment. That's exactly what I did to start out with this. I think that's the best thing you can do to learn. Follow the tutorial. Go ahead and follow it once, and then go back. See if you can do it again. Studies show it takes the average person 10 times, 10 attempts to actually learn something. On average, when you're learning something new, you have to do it 10 times before you internalize it. That's a lot of times. People don't realize it. They just want to know right away. They want to get it, have it in there, be able to do things right away. It takes time. It takes time to get good at stuff. TG, welcome in. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid earlier. How was your stream? What were you working on? TG Khalil, welcome on in. TG Khalil, thank you so much for following me. Dude, I know how it be. I know how it do. I know how it be. Sometimes you just got to raid and run. You got something going on in your life. No worries. So 20 minutes tutorial has taken me 2 hours so far. No worries. Like Rio, I feel that. I feel that. That's so many times. That's the average. That's the average. So some people take more, some people take less. It's a lot of times. But you got to do what you got to do to make it do. Don't worry, co-stream with Maddie Two Shoes about anything Twitch. Very cool. Had an after chat with it. Maddie Two Shoes is awesome. Let's give a shout out to Maddie Two Shoes. Should get a command for him because it's a little bit hard. Maddie Two Shoes is another. Oh, I think I gave a shout out to the wrong streamer. Is that the right one? Maddie Two Shoes is an awesome streamer as well. Doing awesome overlay stuff over there. Incredible stuff. I'm enjoying it though. It's making me think of how different things relate to each other. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay, let's add in an inverse kinematic here. We're gonna connect it here. This goes to our left hand IK. Then we're gonna attach this back to our armature. And then this one goes to our left elbow. Oops, left elbow IK. There's so many different things we have to do here. Gosh, I hope that's right. 2, there we go. And then I need to -90 because my elbow's in the back. TG, I love the hats too. I'm glad you're enjoying them. I spent a lot of time just doing things on a shaky foundation. I wish I would have spent more time early on. My fundamentals on both programming and animation. It's one of the reasons I really, so it's one of the sadly, one of the reasons I'm not using Godot as like a teaching tool in my classes. There's a couple reasons. The biggest one is that GDScript is not a general purpose programming language. I'm a computer science, I'm a programming teacher. I like to teach those fundamentals. And GDScript makes it hard to do that because I can't have my students go practice programming external of Godot. So that's one challenge I have with that. I've focused, and the other one is most of my programming happens in C#. I know we can do Godot, C# in Godot. It's very non-C#y, I will say that. And then web builds are really important for me, for my students to be able to share their work. Okay, let's give this a try. Let's go to our pose. Oh, we are in pose mode. How do you have to tell your students about JavaScript? Have to is a strong word. Do I tell my students about JavaScript? Only when they're ready. All right, let's move our hand down. Let's go back into perspective mode. Let's rotate. Can I rotate this? That's interesting. That's really interesting. I need to turn off this. There we go. Bring this hand down. And I want to move this on just no Y. Right, bring the hand down. And then let's come over here and let's move on no X. The elbow's going, I need to make the elbow start a little bit further back. Let's go back to edit mode. And I think we just need to pull the elbow back a little bit and back into pose. Oh no. Or my rotation is wrong. That could be the other option. Let's try 90. Is that right? Something weird's going on here. Bring it back up. My inverse. So this is where the practice comes in, right? This is where I'm practicing, trying to understand and debug my own. Let's clear. No, not what I want. Undo. Clear. Transform. Clear pose. Constraints. No. Clear transform. How do I reset this? Reset, was it reset? Clear user transforms. Weird, why can't I get this to go back to what it was? I'd be curious to know more about how Godot is not C#y. Never really gotten a good handle on the patterns, practice characteristics to any language. I would say Unity is also not C#y. Yeah, that's part of it. Captain IRC, you got the auto rigging add-on correct. Why not try it? This is not that type of character, so I have done the auto rigging tool. It is way overkill. My character doesn't have a neck, my character doesn't have a chin, my character doesn't have a chest. So the auto rigging tool doesn't quite work. I do teach a class on web dev, so my students do learn about JavaScript. Feels correct. Is it just that it's not rotated properly? It feels like it's not rotated right. There we go. I thought I had to do a -90 on that one. I really feel like I should have to. Have you done much more of the more hardcore language like C++? I taught me a lot about memory management compared to C#. I haven't done a ton of C++, but I worked professionally writing code in C and creating. I worked for 6 years writing compilers, like actually building custom compiler for Java in C, and I've done a lot of embedded system in C, but not C++. Real, that's totally fine. I didn't mean my question as an engine debate point, more just trying to understand C# better, but I get it if it's too much. It's a lot to get into on stream on like what is C#y? Like what is C#? What is object? So the idea is like, what is, let me take it back. Let me walk it back a little bit. Let me adjust my statement because I think my statement was incorrect. I think the practices, the practices in game development are very different than traditional object-oriented programming, traditional procedural programming. The practices are different. So when you start doing stuff in Unity, when you start doing stuff in Godot and you start looking for help online, you start looking for documentation, you start like looking, how do I do this? You learn a lot of anti-patterns, which are considered like bad programming practices. I'm not saying that. This is one of my main criticisms of Brackeys Unity tutorials. I think Brackeys is awesome, by the way. One of my main criticisms of Brackeys Unity tutorials, I haven't seen as Godot tutorials, is that they teach really, really bad practices. Not really bad. They teach practices that don't manage the complexity. In my mind, programming is all about managing complexity. How do I keep my program from growing out of control into something that I can't manage and other people can work on? Game dev doesn't have to be that way, especially for small games. You said C++ is a slightly fancier version of C. I've used C++ not much, is what I'll say. I've used it mostly in robotics context. Yeah, apparently this needs to be the other direction. Is it going that way? You can like play around with this pole angle thing here. You're welcome, Justin. So a lot of my focus in programming is thinking about the algorithm, the procedure. The three main focuses that I have in my intro classes are: what is a sequence, what is a selection, and what is iteration? Those are three really important things. Game engines tend to do a lot of that for you. There's like this abstraction layer above. What's going on here? Do I have this? I think this needs to be, let's come into my kinematic. This really does need to be -90. That elbow joint is killing me. Oh, I think I might need to It's making me sad. Does this need to be, I think I need to bring this down and over a little bit. See, I think it might be too high. See how it swings across and back? It's like going towards that pole. It's a great question. I teach very young students, and I've only been doing it for 5 years professionally, like in a school context. So that's a really good question, and I don't have completely good numbers for that. All right, so it like sort of rotates to aim towards this. Okay, so I do want it to be there. See how it bends down? So this is why I want it to be up and above. So if we reach out forward in front of us. So it's rotating back. So I think I do want this to be up. Oh, that might be why it's... All right, so actually... That's, I think, why we were getting the weird bend. It was too high. It was too high. It needed to be down a little bit. I don't have an exact number. I can say that I have... I know many of my students are currently doing computer science or software engineering in university. I couldn't tell you a percentage. A pretty decent number of them. Maybe 20 20 to 40% doing like a computer science degree or a software engineering degree. I know a few of my students, 2 of my students have published games on Steam now, which I'm like incredibly proud of them for that. But yeah, many of them are in. Okay, so the elbow here is all right. This is a little bit better. Let's go back into edit mode. Let's bring this back in here. I think I got it. Go back into pose. Yeah, it's the is it reset? I want to clear transform. It's not the constraints. I want the reset. What do I do to reset a pose? Reset pose. Let's just look at pose. I've done it before. Clear pose constraints isn't it. Clear pose, clear transform. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Because the idea is I want to be able to have this move right off the bat. So this thing needs to be over. Or something. What did I do? Down? I'm so confused. Clear pose. What was that called? Pose, clear, transform. There it is. Okay. Alt G. Thank you so much. Science. Oh, science. My science. How are you? Folks, if you guys don't know Science Stream, Science is an incredible science communicator trio of fabulous over there. Go check them out. Science, what do we got going on tonight? Sunday nights, the night to be right. What's Science doing well? Thank you, sir. I'm doing wonderful. We are struggling with the blender. G on the y-axis. I do want this to be back a little bit. Oh, Johnny boy. My pose. Let's not move on X. Not move on Y. Okay, so that feels good. Now, if I move on just the X and Y, yeah, so working on some animation. SciArt Sunday, let's go. Let's get some SciArt Sunday. Let's go to the left side. A little bit into perspective here. G, just testing out. It brings it up here. When I run, it's gonna be okay. It's just when it comes up to the top, it does a little bit of a weird stuff. So the kinematic says like, how should this bone try and orient itself? And this feels almost right. How should this bone orient itself between these two constraints, between these two bones? So if I straighten it out there, I can bring it in like this. Straighten out, I can point. Okay, I think we got it. Okay. So the kind of sad part about this, oh, now that I have this, actually, it is all mirrored. All the movements and stuff have been mirrored on the other side, actually. I do think I want this to be in a little bit here. So that way the arm is tucked in. Let's do a reset on that one piece there. So bring that arm down. Like that. Yeah. Now we have that arm in. And now when we were to move it on just the back and forth axis, we have the arm moving like that. So it's interesting, see how this moves? If I don't want that if I wanted to be able to have the arm go straight up and animate up, I actually need to adjust that other pole with it. So what's interesting is those are so you use these two poles now in your animation to adjust how the motion works. It's not just this one. This is what I was confused with before, was, wow, I can move it with just this one. Really, the animation is about these two constraints here. And that makes sense. So it's saying, try and get this bone to go between these 2 points in a reasonable way, and then we're gonna move the things around it as well. So that's sort of what we got here. All right, I think we got that one pretty well. I need to go into my other side here. I don't think this, yeah, so the inverse kinematic doesn't copy properly with the symmetrize, and maybe there's a way to do that, but I'm not sure how. We're gonna go back into object mode here. Oh no, pose mode. We're gonna add in a kinematic here. If anyone knows how to symmetrize the kinematic, really all I have to do though is make sure I connect these properly. So we're gonna connect to the armature on both of these. We want a chain length of 2. This one needs to rotate slightly differently, I think, because it's mirrored. So this one, oh, I actually have no rotation on that. Surprising. They are, so notice how this one became our elbow. Yeah, so these were symmetrized, but it doesn't symmetrize the constraints. It doesn't symmetrize the constraints here. So I'm not quite sure how to do it. Yeah, all I have to do is connect them. That's what I'm saying. All I have to do is connect them here, so it's not that big of a deal. I have to set these settings. I kind of wish it would copy them over. I don't know how to do that. It could potentially be auto IK. This is probably add temporary IK constraints while grabbing bones in pose mode. Something like this maybe for how I'm doing the mirror. Might be why. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't, like, maybe it does or doesn't make sense. I'm not sure. All right, so let's move this down into position here. I need to bring my elbow joint in, my elbow IK back in. But let's go ahead and bring this down. We're gonna constrain this so we don't move on the X and Y. Sorry, we don't move on Y, we only move on the X and Z. My brain thinks Y is up and down because that's what it is in game dev. So that's one thing that is tricky for me. All right, so we're gonna bring this here. And then I'm gonna adjust this. Oh, weird. So like, this is what I was expecting on the other side, was to have to do this. What's weird is this side doesn't have any rotation. I am a little confused by that, but I'm gonna leave it. It seems okay. But I am gonna bring it in like that. And now we can do the running. I need to bring this up, I believe, a little bit. So that if I bring or down? There we go. Down. See how like it's like I need to move them together a little bit. Somewhere in between. So this elbow, see how it's trying to get above. So interesting. Oh, I think I know what's going on here. I actually need to move this elbow joint back slightly. Or not. Um, 90. Negative 90. I don't know. Look, man, it's all magic. Every time I think I understand something, turns out I don't. Yeah, I really thought I would need to do negative 90 here, though. Or, sorry, 90 here. Which looks correct. The arm twisting up like that is interesting. Is this just need to be in more? Yeah, this just needs to be in more. I don't want to have to move them both at the same time. Captain Anosa, welcome in. We got Captain Anosa coming on in. Captain, how are you today? There we go. We got it. There it goes. There's our inverse kinematics for this arm here. Feels pretty good for that animation. We can adjust that around if we need to. I think I understand I think I understand it, because if you grab it and you move it a little bit, you can see it's saying, how should I rotate? It's saying, what angle am I trying to maintain between these two poles? What is the angle I'm maintaining? So 90 degrees here. I have a 90-degree angle between those two poles. Is what I believe is happening there. My rigging knowledge is serviceable but not complete. If you ever get a to-asset implementation in Unreal, thought I'd go back. Captains are doing great. Made a lot of progress today, not long now until we have a complete game. Let's go. Simple, complete, simple. Get it up, get it running, get the prototype going, and then iterate. That's the way you do it, folks. Be sure to give Captain Anosa a follow. Friend of the channel, another great developer, working on game dev. Incredible human being. Give him some love. Captain Anosa, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it very much. Let's move this out a little bit. Okay. All right, let's add in the inverse kinematics to our legs now. All right, so we're gonna have to add in down here. All right, so we're gonna add in, let's go to our side view. We're gonna bring one out like that. Thank you for the lurk. Always a pleasure. Let's unparent this. Bring it out a lot, it turns out. Got to 3D print and sell these cups, Cap. the balsa wood legs. I don't know if we could, if it'll be, you can actually have it stand up there. That's a genius idea, though, Dramox. That's a genius idea. Let's rename this as our right knee IK. We're gonna do another one coming out from here. And I can just extrude out this way and then lock it onto the Y-axis, actually. And we're gonna rename that bone. Right foot IK, let's unparent it and move my camera. We'll move it out in front here like that. All right, so we have these 2 points, and this is the bone that we want to, we can go into pose mode now. So we can take this bone, we're gonna add in, oh, let's symmetrize, hang on, symmetrize. Symmetrize, there we go, now we got them on both sides. Are kind of the mascots, exactly. You know. And now we're going to connect these here. So we're going to add in an kinematic on the armature. Armature. Bone. This is going to be our right foot IK. This one is our right knee IK. Oh, I have them backwards. No, that looks right. Oh, chain length of 2. And then 90 degrees. Because I have this so far forward is why it decided to kick out like that. So now we have this. All right, so you'll notice I get no bend in it. And so we can adjust, I believe this, moving it backwards. Hang on. I don't get any bend in you. Chain length 2, 90. Ooh. Always something. Why is there no bend? Oh, I need to, in my edit mode, I need this to be slightly forward, the direction it's gonna bend. Oh, I might have these backwards actually. I think this needs to be on the front side. Let's move this forward. Yeah, I think that needs to be on the front side because that's the direction of bend with the elbow. Remember how it's going back? So now we're gonna, yeah, so it'll bend forward. We could leave it like this, but technically the bend is going the wrong way, I believe. So we might actually want, we might get better results. All right, but now we can have our leg moving like that. And boom, boom. Do that little shimmy. Do that shimmy. So I'm glad I'm understanding this. I'm a little bit more. My understanding is getting better. I'm understanding the mathematics behind it make a little bit more sense to me of like why. What are the poles doing? Why do we have them? Why do we put them where we put them? As we go up, you'll notice it wants to rotate toward that. Okay, but we can have this. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's IK the other one. Let's reset this pose actually. And we'll move it back on the y-axis here. $90? Is that correct? Yeah, see how we can get like this to pivot based on where this is? Yeah, it's saying adjust based on that pole. This is where this angle. Yeah, so notice those are the two ways you can control that rotation. 90. Are these lined up? They are. Really feel like this should be in the front. Major art brain break. I want to put you here. I feel like if I were to put this in front is actually the right thing to do. And then this should be negative 90. Oh, and then we make this match the rotation. That's the piece I'm missing. There's a constraint. Look at him go. Look at him go. Exactly. I had it in the wrong side. Let's go back into our, let's clear these out. I need to adjust the symmetry on those. Clear the transforms. Let's go to our edit. Make sure we adjust these. These should be, bring it in and then actually just move it just below. this should be in the front. Robotech, how are you? Are you having a great weekend? Happy Sunday, Robotech folks. Be sure to go check out Robotech. Learning all kinds of fun stuff, talking about how robots are, Robotech is creating the most human-like robots, like a robot cannibal, but it doesn't eat other robots, it eats other humans. We're looking at robot teeth and eyes and how to... I'm just kidding. Go check it out. Robotech does all kinds of cool stuff. Go check out their stream. They had a fun stream last night, by the way. Thank you so much for streaming. Let's rotate on X 180. There we go. Bring it back in on the Y. Yeah, I hope I had a fun time over there. I hope you looked like you were having fun. Sorry if I was being a little too disruptive. All right, let's go back to our pose. All right, so this should really be, I believe this is 90 degrees. Yeah, 90. It wants us to be a little bit more in. For some reason, it wants us to do, let's do 120. Okay, we're gonna make this bone copy the rotation of, oh, do I need to make it copy the rotation? No, it's gonna point. Yeah, we want to make it copy the rotation. We're gonna copy the rotation of this bone, our foot IK. So now when we move this, we can rotate where the foot points as well. Maybe we don't need that. I'm gonna take it off. A little bit easier for me to think about if I don't have to deal with the animation. Tim Kiz 40, thank you for the follow. Tim Kiz, welcome in. Tim Kiz, how are you? Tim Kiz, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a beautiful day. All right, so I can get my leg bending like that. Notice it starts doing weird things as we come up. Okay, so I can adjust this. I can figure out what's going on with that. Wait, why are you back here? There we go. That's why it's doing weird things. Ah, that's why my rotation felt like it should have been. All right, negative 120. Nope, negative 90. Negative 90. Negative 60, 70? What? Negative 70. That just feels off to me. We can eyeball it a little bit though. Bring it in there. That feels good. Negative 60 apparently is what I want. Okay. Now, if I grab this and I move it, it's gonna bend up. There we go. Notice how it comes off to the side like that. We can fix that by, it's because as this is coming up, it's trying to maintain those things. I can actually take this and I can move it to get I can move it further out. See how it's coming in? I just need this to be further out. Keep it going towards that. All right. And now, and it's all awkward here. Let's reset this transform. Get it bending. And I'm gonna make it so I only move on that axis. So I was moving back and forth before, so now we can have this running a little bit like that. So we can create this run animation by grabbing this foot. So it's all about where those poles are. And if you want to start doing different things with the leg, you can adjust both poles. So I'm understanding it more and more each time I do something. Okay, let's go ahead and save. I want to, again, attach this. So we're gonna add in an inverse kinematic to this. We're gonna connect the armatures. We're going to connect the, I think we're on, technically these are called, let's look at what these are called. Left knee, okay. So we want this to be our right foot IK. And this should be our right knee IK. This is probably gonna be like 120. Oh my goodness. Oh, we gotta add the chain length too. What is going on? Did I do these backwards? No. Oh. Huh. Right foot. Right knee. Left foot, left knee. Okay, I've attached this to the wrong thing. This should be left foot. Left knee. So they were both attached to the same one. All right, so this should be 120. No? What's going on? Why can't I ever... This... What are you? Negative 90? Negative 120, which is like the opposite of 60. Okay. And let's go ahead and pull this knee pull on the y-axis. Bring that forward. And see if we can get a bend going. I need to go into edit. I need to move this knee. I should have mirrored it. This knee here needs to be, oh, now they're mirrored. Slightly forward. I didn't have the mirroring on. There we go. So now we can move this leg. If we don't allow it to move on the x-axis, it just moves back and forth. All right. Woof. Woof. Redoing our animation. We almost got it, but now we can do a little jig. Do. Ah, my leg. Okay. Here we go. Woof. Woof. It's a lot. It's a lot going on here. Save. All right, we got our armature adventures. Let's go into an animation. Can we make an animation finally? Braxton, this has been super enlightening. Getting my brain to understand what each of these things means. This is my, one of the criticisms I have of just watching tutorials is like they show you exactly what to click, but you don't understand what those things are doing. So taking the time to really play with and experiment is so good. I'm glad it's also, far more hours than a tutorial, I suppose. So it's like, what are we trying to get out of it? All right, I am so confused why we have so many actions in here. Something terrible has happened with all these actions. I want to delete all actions. Okay, let me just go into my nonlinear animation. Somehow I ended up with a ton of actions, but no animation. This is confusing, but we can do this to easily delete them, I discovered. We're gonna delete all these actions. No, we're still gonna have the action in the... How do I actually delete the action? See, I can delete the actions. Apparently I was pressing a button that was creating some stuff. Enjoy your lurk, Robotech. And then we can clear all the empty animations. I still have those actions. If I come here, there's still actions. But they're not on my armature. So I can start my animation a little bit now. Let's create a new animation. I'm gonna figure out how to delete those. But we have a new animation here. We're gonna call this walk. Okay. I'm gonna add in a keyframe here. I'm gonna go forward 5 frames. I'm gonna adjust, if I add in a keyframe here and then adjust it. This is what I want. I want this foot to come forward. Like that. And that update, there we go. So that's what I want. Like that. And really I want it to come up and out. All right, so that's my first frame, up and then out. This will be my next one. So we're gonna add in another frame here. And this is going to come out that way. All right, and then we're going to bring it back. We're going to move forward 5 more frames. Okay. 5 more frames. I'm going to add another keyframe here. This one, I think I just want it to go back to sort of the middle. So I'm going to copy this, come up to frame 15, drop that in. So we have, yeah, so we have this like running, and then the leg should go back from there. Of course, this is probably all incorrect. So now the leg should essentially sweep back with a slight bend to it. All right, so we got to run, leg comes up, down, around, like that. So I got to keep in mind, this leg's gonna, as the first leg's coming up, it's like a kickoff from there. And then that leg sort of comes, is that right? Maybe I should look at a running animation as a sample to start out. Like, how does, it feels like I have a little bit too much. It almost looks like this is like if I was pedaling a bike. Let me think here. If I was running. Yeah, there is like this up and out action that happens. I'm like walking across my room here. And then it needs to come back in. So we'll add in one more, another one here. Oh, that's interesting. It like doesn't. The loop will be interesting for this. Because the loop, before I did a walk, here, let's take these back. I'm gonna run it back. Let's delete these keyframes. Before I just went forward and backwards, Let's do a simple walk. We don't need to do a full run here. Let's add in a keyframe. And we'll make it just up here. Like that. And so it's gonna step up, come back to the center. We'll duplicate this. So at frame 10, got this nice little walk to it. And we'll bring it back here to 15. Like that. And then it comes back to center one more time on frame 20, and this will loop around. So we have sort of like this. Maybe need a little bit more bend in that front. It's on frame 5 here. Like I wonder what I was doing a little bit differently. I think my legs might have been further away from the body. Looks kind of like ice skating. Well, I think my legs need to start slightly bent. Yeah, I'm gonna have my legs start slightly bent. I think that'll look better. There we go, and then we can loop that. So to loop, we're gonna set this as a, it's interesting, I don't have the option to do a cyclic animation anymore. I used to. It's like, see it, oh, I can, okay, make it a cyclic animation, but really the way you do this is you add in a modifier here. How was I doing it before? It's just an F. You select this stuff here. Make cyclic. Okay, so now it'll just repeat over and over. Okay, and I think that back swing should come back a little bit more. So I'm gonna grab this, I'm gonna pull it back here. Okay, and I think that front should also go forward a little bit more. There we go. Let's get the other leg moving. All right, we'll get the other leg moving in here. Let's come back to our base. We're gonna add a slight bend to this first one here. Clear that. This should be added into, oh, I have so many. What? Why? Why would you do that? Why did it start that way? What happened? I accidentally unlinked select. Okay, so this is walk 001. Oh, I can't call it walks. There's already another walk. I see. Okay, so let's select this. I'm confused. I'm gonna have a slight bend to it. If I click on this, walk 1. Why don't they show up together here? I don't. Previously they did. If I select them both, okay. I guess that's okay. Let's go forward 5 frames. Am I gonna run into the same thing I had before? Let's, all right, so. This foot needs to go back. Well, that one's going forward. So add a frame here. Like this. It doesn't come up, but it's like still on the ground. And I want to move it just on these 2 axes. I don't want to move it on the x-axis. So we get that. Then frame 10, we're gonna duplicate. Frame 15, we'll add one in. Ah, that's where I was. All right, so the back foot. Okay, that looks pretty good. We'll add this at frame 20. And then let's make this cyclical as well. And now we have a little walking. It's like kind of a skip, little jaunt there. One leg moves a little faster than the other. We can adjust that, we can fix that up. So if we want to, the right foot here can make this come back further. If we really want to make it look like we're up in the air a little bit. All right, I like it. I like it. What do we think? All right, let's add the arms in now. The arms need to swing. Oh, the leg like going off to the side in a weird way. I don't think I locked the axis when I was moving it, so we need to fix that. It's like going off to the side, which looks really funny now that I see it. Our front viewport. We're like slightly off a little bit. Let's go. Yeah, this foot. We can watch. So notice I can watch the X changing. I don't want the X to change. I want the X to match this value the entire time. So I can come in here. Lance, thank you for the hat. Let's get another hat on this stack. Thank you so much for the hats. Welcome back. Where one of it is on the ground and the another is coming up. That's what I was doing first. We'll adjust it, Distron. This is my first time. You are correct. You are correct. I need to fix this first. Whoa. Why did it go negative? Interesting. They're like little that. It's like off to the side a little bit. Let's move you back in. There we go. Not bad there. All right, and then same thing for this. Here, somehow it wants to go off, especially when it's coming forward. I accidentally was moving it. That's interesting. Let's bring that in here. Comes forward. Straighten it out a little bit. All right. Let's watch it. There we go. There we go. You want to make a little bit of... Oh, I know what you're talking about. So the feet should never be... Like when you're running, your feet don't really come off the ground at the same time, right? So it's like one foot's landing, another one's leaving. This is sort of like my not so great... Looks okay to me. It looks goofy. So it looks like a skip, right? Looks like this the cup is skipping more than it is running. And part of me likes it. I kind of want to add in a little like bounciness to the cup. So I think I'm going to do that. Oh no, it was like recording. I didn't know you could do that. I mean, in run, there will be some frames where both feet are off the ground, but the feet don't plant themselves. Yeah, so I'm going back to the middle. And I shouldn't be doing that, right? The feet don't meet up in the middle. So like if I'm running, the feet pass each other. One will be in the air and pass each other. But this is like a skip, if you know. So that's kind of what I'm going for. I like how goofy it feels, being a little bit of a skip there. And so I kind of want to see if I can make the cup sort of bounce up and down. So I'm going to add in a little frame here. And I'm not sure if I should move down or up. It's got a little pep in its step. Yeah, so I think it should move up. And then back. It's skipping leg day. You got it, Lance. Oh, I accidentally moved it forward. How did it move forward? That's super bizarre. Oh, that's weird. I swear I copied. There's something when you copy and paste these frames. Why is it moving forward? That is interesting. Apparently, I don't understand how. This is how my frames got off center. Oh, paste. Weird. Why is it pasting relative to something? This makes sense, more sense now. Yeah, and we actually want the cup to come down a little bit in this middle one here. So on the Z-axis. And we could even add in like a tween. I think there's a way we can do it. What is it called? Where we have a modifier on the animation so it goes like along a sine wave instead. All right, well, I can just manually add one in here. Apparently I shouldn't be... And then let's make this repeat. Make cyclic. Oh no, the face doesn't move with it. I thought the face was attached. The face isn't attached to that bone, apparently. Let's attach the face to that bone. That's really funny. It looks really, really funny with the face just being like sitting there. Yeah, that was unintentional. Let's see if we can fix that. I think we're gonna go into our layout. I thought I attached the face. Apparently I didn't attach the face to that bone. At one point I thought I did. Pose. Yeah, the face isn't attached. All right, we'll attach it. It has a certain charm if I watch it too long. All right, so we're gonna take these, and I think I need to be in object mode. Unselect. Why is it so hard to click things? All right, we're gonna do this. Select those. Armature. Connect to bone. Oh, I think I was gonna add in a separate face armature. I think is what I was going to do, so the face could like do some interesting things. I want to make the tongue kind of floppy. I think we could do something fun with that too. There we go. I'm glad you didn't miss the stream as well. There we go. I think I'm gonna try to do that. We're running out of time. Like how much time I have to do this? I haven't programmed anything. I haven't done any programming on this. But the mug here is bouncing up and down. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna make it so now I want to add in the arm swing. We're gonna add in some arm swingage to our animation here. Okay. Let's add in a frame. And the arm should swing opposite of the run. Okay. I've learned so much Distron. My whole goal was to learn Blender. I was about to give up and do multiplayer game instead. Lance saved me from that. So I really appreciate it. I need to turn off the X pose here. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's just what the arm is looking at, like over there. Never give up, never surrender. Raise the particle cannons full speed ahead. All right, so we have that coming up. Maybe it's a little bit too far. It looks pretty good over there, actually. All right, now let's go forward 5 frames. And then back. This one needs to be basically the first frame, I think. Let's see if this will actually repeat, if it does any kind of smoothing for us. I'm pretty sure I need to make this be, but this does, like the, oh, it worked, okay. This first frame is just wrong, is really what it is. I have 2 frames copied on accident. Okay, let's make it cyclical. Okay. All right, let's add one more arm. It's got that little skip to its jaunt. All right, we'll add the other arm. Over here, we're gonna select. We need to make sure we select this bone. And let's go to the first frame. And that arm's going forward. So in the first frame, I'm gonna put it sort of forward a little bit. 5, add in a keyframe. It's so weird, the keyboard does different things dependent on where your mouse cursor is. And we'll duplicate the first frame here. Oh, it's gonna be so cool. I need to keep practicing these skills, is another thing. So I think I'm gonna, this summer, I'm gonna try and keep using this over and over. There we go. All right. Woo! All right. We've done it. All right. I have walk 1. I don't know how to delete. How do I delete these other things? I have no idea. We're gonna save this mug. Walking. Now we got to make like an idle animation. So we'll find we'll end up doing that. I think I'm gonna wrap up for now. I want to see if I can delete these unused actions. I haven't figured out how to do that. Blender, delete action with 0. Blender, how to delete actions. How to completely delete actions. All right, here we go. Ah, okay. So this has a way to, hang on. What did he click? Okay, so in Blender, he went up to this video. What did he select here? Data. No. Actions. Okay. Okay, so now I can find, I was wondering where these were stored. delete. Oh, beautiful. Delete. Now I can rename this to just walk. So I have this action called walk, and now, not what I meant to do. Let's do a save. I guess a save as makes sense. Let's go to our raw folder here. We're gonna call this dark fuel. Dark fuel. Save. We're gonna go delete those other things. Let's do an export as an FBX. Override our thing here. Let's get it into Unity and see if we actually have our animation now. This is the animation I had before. I'm actually I think the animation I have this time is actually much better. Although that looks like a walk. What I have now feels more like a run animation, if I'm completely honest. This walk here, this actually does look like a walk. That's interesting. It kind of, sometimes your brain gets used to seeing things. All right, we'll delete dark fuel. Let's open up our folder here. Where'd my file explorer go? All right, we're getting ready to raid. Suggestions. If anyone can find someone who's doing Learn You a Game Jam, let me know. We'll go raid them. Otherwise, we'll probably find someone to raid. I'm open to suggestions. Let's come over to our folder. Captain Coder. I'm getting tired. I don't know if you guys can tell how tired I am, but I'm feeling it. Super feeling it. Learn You a Game Jam. My raw assets. All right, dark fuel. Import this here. And we have, let's go. There we go. There we go. We got him in. Oh, it feels good. Feels good. They're streaming. Definitely get some rest. Yeah. I just been streaming a long time. I'm mentally fried. This is one of the reasons I was nervous about streaming Blender, was I know how mentally taxing it would be on me. Learning is I'm pretty good at programming. It takes a lot less mental energy for me to program than it does for me to Blender. But we made it. We made it here. Dungeons and Dribbles, we rated JD yesterday. We haven't rated CodeRad in a while. iRad, Twitch plugins, Mars9T, the Overseer, Theld of Allen. I don't think I've ever rated Theld of Allen. Working on my Rust static site. Rust is always good. DevRo. DevRo's doing Blender stuff. All right, we're gonna raid DevRo. All right, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out. Give DevRo some love. Incredible. He talking awesome 3D artists. Guess that's who I wish was here. DevRo's incredible. He could probably help me out with a lot of these things as in Blender. All right, we're gonna give him a raid. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Be sure to click that join raid button. For some reason, it has not been showing up for me. It hasn't been showing up when other people raid, or I have to click join. It's not defaulted anymore for some reason. But if it so go ahead, check there, lurkers. If you're still here, click that join raid button. Smab, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. We will be back tomorrow. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. I will see you guys then. Have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.